All right, all right, all right. What's up, everybody? I gotta say, the voices, we have turned a corner. We have turned a corner just in time for the NFL draft. It is Thursday night. Hi, I'm Guy Haberman. Hey, guys, to all of you. It's great to see you. Glad you're, I can't see you, but I can see you. Hit me with the comments all night long. Big night ahead. We think something's going to happen. One of my favorite nights of the year, the 2024 NFL draft. We will be tipping picks, in part because we'll be behind. Well, I won't be. I will not be tipping picks, but we'll just be reacting once we see it on the TV. I didn't get full vocal exercising. I like the national anthem. Try and get some stuff cleared up, but here we go. Bears are on the clock. They're going to take Caleb Williams, 10 minutes per pick, and the rumors are flying today. The rumors are flying as we get ready for this draft. I mean, here as the draft begins are just some of the things that have been out there in the last few hours. According to Tom Curran, legitimate reporter, NBC Boston, the Patriots working on an Aiyuk trade. I mean, are they? But basically, this guy's what Tom Curran said is that even if the first round concludes, if the Niners have taken a receiver at 31, then just be aware of what comes next, right? Be aware, in this case, New England has the 34th pick, which is the second pick on Friday in the second round, the second pick in the second round. So Washington has the fourth pick in the second round. They've got the seventh pick in the second round as well. So, I had the conversation with Larry Kruger the other day about the first round kind of being, can you slam the door on an Aiyuk trade rumor by the end of the first round? He said no, just because you got the early second round. Diana Rossini of The Athletic reported the Niners are telling teams they're willing to trade either Aiyuk or Debo in an effort to move up Thursday's first round. This is the quote from Diana Rossini. The Niners have had conversations with teams, including one picking in the top 10, about either trading Aiyuk or Debo in an effort to move into the first round, per sources. That was her exact quote. Now, NBC, Roto, whatever they call it now, goes on to say there's been loose emphasis on loose chatter about this possibility this week because it makes a little too much sense for a team that's not going to be able to pay both wideouts long term. Niners have an addiction to splashy trades like the Rams, major storyline to follow Thursday night. That's true. They're not long term. They're not on the same timeline. So the reason that Debo and Aiyuk are not going to be on the same team for the next 5 years isn't just affordability. It's because they're not on the same timelines. The thing I don't get about some of these Aiyuk things, and Rossini also tweeted, Niners have had conversation with teams, including one picking in the top 10. Now that came right after she said the Bears have let it be known that the 9th pick is available. Bears have 1, Bears have 9. Bears would have a lot of options there. Maybe the third best receiver at that point. Maybe the third best offensive lineman. Maybe you get the second. Probably not. You probably get the third best offensive tackle at that point. So maybe the Bears feel like they don't get total value there at 9. But here's the thing about the 9th pick. The 9th pick is actually a great pick to talk about because the 9th pick is basically equal value to what the Dolphins had to give up for Tyreek Hill, which when you compare Brandon Aiyuk and Tyreek Hill is an overpay. Right? Like you would not expect Brandon Aiyuk to go for the same thing that Tyreek Hill got traded for. Tyreek Hill got traded for a first round. Tyreek Hill got traded in 2022. And when he got traded for a first, but it was the 29th pick. He got traded for a second, a mid-second, the 50th pick. He got traded for a fourth. He got traded for a future fourth and a future sixth. So Tyreek got traded for 5 picks. And then he got paid more money than, almost everybody else. So those 5 picks add up to about the 9th pick in value. So that's where this one is head scratching. You certainly would not, no one's trading like the Debo part of it. Debo's a really valuable player. Debo, in a weird way, can be more valuable than Aiyuk. Like, I think defensive coordinators probably would tell you Debo keeps him up more than Aiyuk does. But in a way, Aiyuk is more valuable. He's younger. And he'll catch more balls ultimately, right? He is a greater weapon in a way for Purdy. So, like, he's more valuable to the Niners. You could argue they're both equally valuable. I know people are down on Debo after last year, especially after the Super Bowl. I wasn't. But I do think it's just more likely that he's on the team longer. And Aiyuk, that is, not Debo. But, Debo's not worth as much in a trade to somebody else. So the Debo part of this doesn't quite make sense. I think if you're talking about 9, you're also talking about 31. Like, you're talking about the Niners sending Aiyuk and a pick if you're talking about some of these deals. So we'll find out. I mean, somebody sent me a message today. Somebody, like a real person who knows stuff, that the sorry, I got to adjust this microphone here. That somebody's trying to get Brian Thomas, the receiver from LSU, to fall. That somebody's out there putting out like sketchy Brian Thomas injury stuff to try and get his stock to slip a little bit, which is interesting. How far? For the first time this week, I saw some mock drafts with him like in the late 20s. So I think that's maybe a reaction to some of that stuff. That feels kind of crazy for him to go that late. So, he's a guy that if you're drafting a receiver and you're not drafting in the top 10, that's the next best guy. Like, he's pretty much the consensus 4th best receiver in the draft, Brian Thomas. And I told you yesterday, somebody told me who was at LSU this year that at LSU, they kind of think that maybe Thomas could even be not at LSU. I shouldn't say everybody feels this way, but there are some people that think that Thomas actually could be better than Neighbors, but Neighbors has a good work ethic, a much better work ethic. And so thus a better player. Ryan asks, "Sup guy, is this going to be on Spotify?" Thanks for the super chat, Ryan. Is this going to be on Spotify? Love the pods. Yeah, there will be a podcast up Friday morning. We'll see exactly. Do you guys want the full 3-hour? Like, if you listen to this tomorrow, you'll be hearing me talking about stuff that you already know happened. So there will be a podcast up. Are we going to go full? Maybe I will do it and then give a second option of like a retrospective, depending on how the voice holds up. I guess I could put a 3-hour pod up and you guys just listen to whatever you want to listen to. Maybe I will do that. Basically like a live draft diary, like Bill Simmons used to do the kind of the diary retrospective. So maybe I'll do that. If you want that, great. And then maybe I'll break off some, maybe a post draft kind of reaction. That's just for that. If somebody watched all this, timestamps for each pick. Boy, here's the thing. This draft's going to end late tonight. I can't lie to you guys. Okay. I have to be up at 4 a.m. on Friday. I have a 5:30 a.m. flight to Denver. Then I'm going to drive to Boulder. I'm going to drive straight to Folsom Field, where Colorado is practicing tomorrow, Coach Prime. I have a meeting with Coach Prime tomorrow at like 10:45, 11, as long as I can make it. And I'm calling the Colorado spring football game on Saturday on Pac-12 Network. Friday, I will be doing more videos and draft reaction stuff. So this is not the end of the draft reaction stuff for me. Thursday, there will be some of that Friday. It may be live. We'll see. The Courtyard Marriott's being a pain in the ass. They want like $600 for a meeting room. So there's a WeWork across the street. Maybe they've got good Wi-Fi. We'll figure that out tomorrow. But anyway, that's the schedule. I say all that to say I'm not sure if we'll have timestamps. Got to make decisions about exactly what's what. So Caleb Williams goes first. Great. That's the right pick. Okay. That is the pick to make. To me, he's a no doubt number one quarterback in this draft. I've watched him a lot. I have a Heisman vote. I voted for Caleb Williams for Heisman, like everybody else did. He won the thing 2 years ago. I voted for Michael Penix this year. I did not give a first place vote to Jaden Daniels this year. I did put him on. You vote for three guys. I voted for Penix, Daniels, Nix. That was my order. I think what's interesting is we're going to see all these quarterbacks go, whatever order they go in. I think Drake May is going to go 2, which, I would take Drake May second. I like him. I like Michael Penix. Don't like Bo Nix as much as Penix if we're talking about later rounds. I don't love J.J. McCarthy. Love Caleb as a prospect. This draft is going to get compared. You're going to hear it tonight. You'll hear it tomorrow. This draft is going to get compared to the Trey Lance draft, right? It's not the same. These prospects, I'm not saying that 4 of these guys are going to become Pro Bowlers, but the quarterbacks in this draft are better prospects than the quarterbacks in the Trey Lance draft. Trevor Lawrence was, he might, maybe he would have gone ahead of Caleb. I would have preferred Caleb coming out of college to Trevor Lawrence, but all these guys have played more football. Drake May's played more football at high level than Zach Wilson and Trey Lance. And part of it's not their fault. I mean, those guys, they had the COVID year. So Zach Wilson played nobody that year. But Drake May's played more football. Jaden Daniels has played more football. Bo Nix has played more football. J.J. McCarthy just won the national championship. And Michael Penix has played a ton of football. So, they're older. So in that sense, maybe they're less attractive. But these guys in this draft, the better prospects. This is not the same quarterback draft as that quarterback draft was. Somebody asked if I'm watching McAfee. No. Is McAfee only – he's not on TV? Espen has a hockey game on Espen too? Where's their alternate I'm surprised they're not putting McAfee on TV. Unless he is, and I'm not seeing it. James says Diana Rossini ain't a legit source. I disagree with that. I think Diana Rossini is a legit source. Here's another one. Jeremy Fowler said, after asking around, pretty much it's pretty clear most of the top 10 is moderately open for business. The Patriots are open at 3. The Cardinals are open at 4. The Chargers are 7-Eleven open. I guess that means WAO, wide ass open. Titans willing to listen, soft open. Falcons open. Bears open. Jets soft open. There is this theory out there right now that the Rams could go there, get Brock Bowers, and the Jets could still get a tackle, move back. So we'll try and track. Let's see, I got the tracker here. Commanders are on the clock. Yeah, I mean, good for McAfee. Like, they got Belichick. That's a big deal. That is a big deal. 257 picks, I think, in this draft. Less than 262. So, guys, Brock Purdy was the 262nd pick, as you know. And only twice in the last 31 years, including this draft, would Brock Purdy have even been drafted. there have not been 262 picks in 29 of the last 31 drafts, including this draft. There have not been 262. So Brock, not only was he the last pick, but he was the last pick in one of the longest drafts in recent history. So just to even more context for Mr. 262. I saw Steve Young tweeted that he has faith that the 49ers are going to get an extension done with Brandon Aiyuk. I could see the Steve Young. If you have not watched in the last month, I'm not going to hammer this. But I did have vocal cord surgery like 5-6 weeks ago. This is as good as I've sat in a long time. Not sure how it'll hold up for 3 hours, but we're gonna try. So, I may take a breath here or there. I made a commercial. Hey, what's up? I am Guy from earlier. Live Guy is still live, but he's taking a little break. Maybe went to get something to drink, stretch some hip flexors, do some vocal exercises. But we have a moment. So anyway, I got that. It's like I made a 6-minute ad. It's not an ad. It's just me talking for like 6 minutes that I can plug in kind of whenever we feel like it. I'm using the CBS.com draft tracker here. If somebody thinks there's a better looking one, I didn't use ESPN because ESPN's they always throw videos at you. I thought this one was a little better than the NFL layout, but if someone's got a better idea, let me know. But that's what I'm using here. All right, Washington's pick is in. Adam Peters. Rap Sheets on TV talking about Jayden Daniels. So anyway, if you guys see the pick before me, feel free to put it in the chat. I don't care about that. I mean, by the time it makes it to the chat through the video back to you, you will have already seen the pick. Somebody asked how I feel about receiver. Look, I don't love the idea of trading up to 17 and taking maybe the 5th best receiver or the 5th best offensive lineman. Now, I think there's a few guys that you might have targeted. And I've said this, Kyle Shanahan is a receiver. That's how he views himself. He views himself as a receiver. And I think he looks at Brandon Aiyuk as evidence that he can get the most out of receivers. So I think a guy who's super talented and is like a clear first-round blue chip talent, but maybe needs to be coached up a little bit. Washington went Jayden Daniels, but maybe needs to be coached up a little bit. Makes sense for them. I think the offensive lineman the 49ers is, I guess they're calling him Tali Fuanga from Oregon State. If he's there in that range, 15, 17, Colts, Jags, where you've heard people kind of talk about, the 49ers, then I think that's something to watch. There are all these picks. So Jaden's going 2. Drake May should go 3. If I'm New England, I would not trade out of this spot unless they're going to flop with the Cardinals or something. New England could go back. Well, the Chargers have no reason to do that. I think they should take Drake May. I think he'll be better than Jayden Daniels. But interesting. Adam Peters goes with Jayden Daniels. Are they going to want Brandon Aiyuk? Here is Brandon Aiyuk's teammate from college going to Washington. Washington has 2 picks at the top of the 2nd round. So the Commanders could very well trade 36 and 40. That trade value is that's 1,040 points on the trade value chart. That's about equal to the 15th or 16th pick in the draft, right? So that'll be one of the big conversations tonight and tomorrow. If Brandon Aiyuk does not get traded today and the 49ers take a receiver at 31, are they going to do a deal with Washington? Now, if you're Washington, you don't tell the Niners ahead of time you'll do that deal. Niners can take a receiver at 31. All of a sudden, 36 comes around, and there's a receiver that they like. And Washington's like, why are we going to trade 36 and 40 for Brandon Aiyuk? We'll just take a guy here at 36. Does it matter that these guys were college teammates? No, I don't think it really does. I do think it'll create more conversation today and tomorrow. Here's his teammate. They played together for a year. They had great success. Everybody's seen the clip of Jaden Daniels throwing a touchdown over Diamador Lenore into the breadbasket of Brandon Aiyuk. I remember that game. That was one of two big bombs that Jaden Daniels hit that day. It was a great game. Oregon was 9-1. Oregon was probably headed to the playoff. And Jaden Daniels and Brandon Aiyuk knocked them out of the playoff. At least knocked them out of consideration for the playoff. So they've got a history, right? They've got a significant history. But a lot's happened since then. You're not trading for Brandon Aiyuk because you played with Jaden Daniels. You're trading for Brandon Aiyuk because you love the guy. And you think he can help a young quarterback, as he did already once. And then you add to it Adam Peters. Bob Myers would love Brandon Aiyuk. Adam Peters was around Brandon Aiyuk. So there is a lot there. You can't deny it. There's a lot there. And if Aiyuk does not get traded tonight, this will fuel a lot of the discussion about whether or not he could get moved tomorrow. So let's file that away. I'll try and make notes as we go here about, just kind of recap things. Interesting. Very interesting. The other thing that I'm looking at right now is past the Patriots at 3 is Arizona at 4. I don't know if you guys saw Monty Osifort, the Cardinals general manager. They put out a video the other day, or maybe it was an old video, but I saw it the other day, of him on the phone last year, wheeling and dealing, making calls, doing deals. You want to do the deal? You want to do the deal? No, yes, no, yes. Sell, 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 buy, buy, buy. And it looked cool. But you're walking a fine line when you put out a video as an organization. And I give them it was a hell of a video. They did their job and they did it well. But I do wonder if you're another GM, you're like, look, man, like when teams stop wanting to trade with Billy Beane. Hey, dude, I don't want to be on your video of you going fleecing me with the 4th pick. I don't want to be on your hype video next year. Pass. Just something I'm watching. Is anyone going to do a deal with the Cardinals? Are the Cardinals going to end up with Marvin Harrison Jr.? By the way, Niners play the Bears at home next year. Niners get the NFC North. So it feels like the Niners have gotten the Bears several times. We don't know when the game will be, but Niners will get the Bears at home. You wonder if that'll be that could be an early season primetime game. Niners Bears. You want to catch the Bears before before they start losing games potentially. But Niners have a ton of games because they got Dallas, they got the Chiefs, they got obviously the Rams, they got the Patriots. Niners could see 2 rookie quarterbacks. Drake May is going here. Drake May just went to New England. All right. Good pick. I like the pick. It's pretty wild. Watching this guy talk, how much he just kind of looks like skinny Southern Justin Herbert. It's really bizarre. Good for them. And that's what they should do. Did they just get their Drew Bledsoe? 1, 2, 3 QBs. I'm telling you, this is not like the 2021 draft. These guys are such better prospects. Should I tweet that right now? Yeah, let's do that real quick. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to. It's so much hindsight. Takes aren't free over there. You got to come here to YouTube and pay for them. And by pay for them, I mean hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Appreciate that very much. Yeah. All right, Cardinals, what are you going to do? This is Mooney Ward, Diamador Lenore, Ambry Thomas. You know, the Seahawks, I don't want to say the Seahawks are trending up because I don't think they are, in the sense that they have peaked at quarterback. But I do think they're trending up in the sense that I think Ryan Grubb, who's their new offensive coordinator, is an excellent offensive coordinator. And I think they're about to bounce back, whatever that means. Like, they still need to find a better quarterback ultimately, like to win the division. But there was a window there, like a 2-year window, when the Rams, the Cardinals, and the Seahawks were not a threat to win the division. Last year, the Niners won the division by 2 games. I mean, not a threat is, I'm oversimplifying. The year before, the Niners were far and away the best team in the division. 2022, the Niners went 13-4. Seattle finished second at 9-8. So the Niners, I think the division is harder this coming year, even though I don't think Seattle's worse. I don't know that they'll win a bunch of games. Would they win? How many games Seattle win last year? 9. Fine. They might win 8. I think Seattle's about the same with a better offensive coordinator. Maybe a better. I mean, I don't know that Mike McDaniels hasn't done anything. But, you know, the Pete thing, maybe they'll be a little better on defense. We'll see. But I think Seattle's going to be a 7-8 win team. Arizona won 4 games last year, and they're going to be, I think their coach is solid. Kyler was hurt. We know Kyler's a problem for the Niners. They'll be better. The Rams won 10. Let's see if they do anything wild today. Let's see if they do Brock Bauer or something like that. But the Niners have they didn't miss an opportunity because they won the division, but they did not win the Super Bowl. And the division is now going to be harder than it's been the last 2 years. I think the tide is a little higher. The Rams will be at least as good, maybe a little better. You know, they lose Aaron Donald, but they'll be at least as good. Let's see what they do today. Arizona's going to be a little better. Seattle might not be better, but I think they'll be a little better. They might have won more games, but they'll just be a little better coached, I think, actually, even though I'm a big Pete guy. So, you know, I think the Niners I think the division's going to be a little tougher. The division's going to get a little tougher. And if these guys we'll see, the pick is in, Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors. What do they do here? What does Arizona do? Love for them to go corner. But you go get a receiver. Go get the best receiver. Kind of would prefer them to take Marvin Harrison Jr. Really good player. Ned says, Rams lost Donald, which is pretty impactful. Not the end of the world, but it's something. It's definitely something. Gaines says, the Rams are the only threat. Well, yeah, I don't think Seattle, Arizona winning the division, but Arizona's been bad before and been a thorn in the Niners' side. So I look at them just in the next 5 years, for whatever Kyler's shortcomings are, he's still a good player. He's hard to beat. He keeps you up at night. And, maybe with an elite receiver, they can score. So the Anthony, speaking of Aiyuk, says, I think the Aiyuk camp have a number in mind, and they're not going to change it based on the increasing market value. I think they all have a pretty good idea. Marvin Harrison Jr., Cardinals. Hell of a player. Malik Neighbors would have scared me a little more, honestly. But also, yeah, it's a good pick. It's a hell of a pick. Good for Kyler. Good for them. I think D. Anthony says, I think the Aiyuk camp have a number in mind, and they're not going to change it based on increasing market value. I think a lot of times people are not really all that surprised by the money that people get. Like the agents all kind of know who's going to get what and where the market's going to end up. They've got their projections. Niners got their projections, Chargers on the clock. Niners got their project. We've seen some J.C. Latham projections here. Historically, as we know, when we look at the recent, all the deals the Niners have done, these guys don't get extended in April. And from Aiyuk's camp standpoint, they don't want to do an extension in April. They want to wait to see what everybody else gets. So I think they're doing that. I think they're going to do that either way. I think the Niners know what it would take to sign Aiyuk. Ultimately, they have the leverage. I guess I should recap. Like my original prediction was that Brandon Aiyuk would play this year. On the 5th-year option, without an extension. Now, John Lynch the other day, the way he talked, definitely sounded like they want to extend Aiyuk this year. Now, even if they extend him, he still plays on the 5th-year option and then gets contract on top of that. But that was my original prediction. There has been so much fluff. I shouldn't say fluff. We'll see. But, there's so many good players in this draft in the first round. Like really good players, really productive players that people know. It's really stacked. So there's a lot of storylines. But if Brandon Aiyuk going to bed on Thursday night, still a 49er, is one of the biggest storylines in this draft. And I think that's part of why we've seen so much chatter around it and around him. It's he and the organization are buzzy. There's just you do Niner stuff. There's a reason why I could be wrong, and I don't say this flippantly, but it feels like there's more people on the internet doing Niners content than any other team. I'm not sure why that is, other than there's a lot of demand for it. I don't think it's like people are like, oh, yeah, Silicon Valley. We're not. I don't know what. We got the internet first, Niner fans. I don't think that's what it is, even though I am on fiber, and I do love that. I love the fiber, but I don't think that's what it is. But my point is, over the last 48 hours, like everyone knows, who you mock to the Niners at 31 is one of the big headlines of any mock draft. And I think we've all taken notice that Peter Schrager gave him a receiver. Daniel Jeremiah gave him a receiver. I think in one of his initial drafts, Barrows, who knows, gave him a receiver. I guess I should open up X as I'm following the draft here. Just for newsy stuff. I don't want to get too distracted just reading the internet, but I just want to make sure if something happens, something breaks. I don't know if we can be on the honor system here. We'll see. Can I trust the chat tonight? Can I trust the chat? If you are all trustworthy in the chat, then I can treat you like producers, feeding me information, as I'm getting a lot of text messages from people too. But if I cannot trust the chat, which I probably can't, we'll find out whose team you're on tonight. Yeah. So Chris says, wouldn't be surprised if the Chargers go offensive tackle here. Weeks of Joe Alt, and now everyone thinks they're going to go J.C. Latham. DR LOL net per sources. It's funny. I was DMing with somebody yesterday, and I said, I'm hearing. And they said, are you hearing from a source? And I said, what do you mean? And they said, well, did you read it on the internet? And I said, nothing drives me crazier than people who read it on the internet and then say, I heard. If you saw a tweet, you don't say, I heard. So I DM back with words. No, when I say I heard, I mean I heard. Somebody told me, who I trust, a source, not, I just saw this tweet. That doesn't, if I say I heard, it's because somebody texting, DMing, not read on the internet. I get that all the time. I hear it from buddies who like do other shit. And I'm like, you know what I heard? I'm like, what? What did you hear? And then I'll be like, Diana Rossini said blah, blah, blah. Thanks. I saw that too. What did the source say? I was telling one person, something that some other person told me. They're actually kind of confirming something that somebody had said. And it was about a receiver. In the draft. That's all. I'm asking. Do one of two things. Drop a super chat or give trustworthy information. One of the two. But don't do bad information. You want to do bad information, put in a super chat. Which then I'll have to read. I don't know. That's actually bad. Martinez asked, did the receiver go to LSU? Yes. I actually already said the information. The information was that somebody told me that they think somebody's trying to make Brian Thomas fall, Laramie Tunsil style. So that was the information. And I was saying that to somebody who really liked Brian Thomas. But I just don't, I don't quite, we've talked about this. What would it take for, why would somebody trade a first rounder for Brandon Aiyuk if you could just draft, right? Like, so the Niners, who are trying to win a championship, are going to trade away Aiyuk so they can draft a receiver. And they're going to trade Aiyuk to a team who has a worse chance of winning the Super Bowl than the 49ers do, right? Like, if anybody needs Brandon Aiyuk, when you compare the Niners to potential trade partners, it's the Niners more, right? Niners are Colts. Who needs it more? Niners. Niners are Jags. Who needs it more? Niners. Niners are Commanders. Who needs it more? Niners. And yet, we got to find a desperate team. Like, you got to be like, well, maybe he's just a gold star guy for the Colts and they just want to do it. Maybe the Jags and my guy Trent Baalke, they're on the hot seat. They got to win now. So they do it. I guess, sure, those are desperate things, but it all just seems a little unrealistic. For the 15th pick, for the 17th pick, like, on paper, you got to do that deal. Joe Alt, Chargers. Great. Of course, that's who Harbaugh took. Of course. Somebody had a good theory that Harbaugh has been pumping up J.J. McCarthy to get somebody else to draft and to push more good players down to him. Joe Alt, son of an NFL player. Another reminder that genetics matter. If you want your kid to be an NFL player, you might need to be a good athlete. Comment, this is a good one. Justin Herbert about to go crazy with 11 of 14 passing and 45 run plays. Here's Joel. That's a big boy. It's a big boy. Always a tough decision. You know, how long have you been with your girlfriend? This is one of the biggest moments of your life. She's going to be in these photos forever. Are you guys getting married? You know, that Russell Wilson, that was his wife. But that photo makes the rounds every draft. It always cracks me up. But I always wonder about that. Like, guys walk out, NFL draft, biggest day of their lives, girlfriend, mom, each get an arm. Mom's been there the whole time. Mom's going to be there the whole time. Girlfriend, time will tell. You know, you just don't know. And I do wonder about that. Now, there's with airbrushing and airbrushing, what am I talking about? The AI photo editing, it's very easy. But I do, it's a big decision to make. Wait, and mom's got to be thinking like, wait, what are we doing here? We get equal arms. Super chat from Brad, $20 American, which right now I'm pretty sure I could stay at the Four Seasons Osaka for $20 American. Says he's here for the GFF offseason data. Where's the atomic clock in relation to the draft? Voice sounding strong. Did I use an atomic clock on the draft before? I guess we could let me do a quick little atomic clock here for those of you watching. Just so you know kind of how delayed, if at all. YouTube's pretty quick. YouTube's very quick. But just so you know, here I'm putting it on the screen. Set your watches accordingly. All right, there we go. There's the atomic clock. GFF off-season data. Yeah, I mean, we already have grades. CBS Sports already has grades on there. On these, I don't want all this. There we go. Ooh, that's good actually. Yeah, we'll have to get some GFF, some GFF draft grades. But I want to go back. This is great. Justin Herbert, the Chargers, going to be in the AFC Championship game within the next 2 years. That's what history tells us about Jimmy. And they got the talent. It's on. It is on. Herbert, MVP candidacy incoming. I mean, it's a lock. It's a lock. These guys are going to be in the AFC Championship game. I'm glad. I would not want to play the Chargers this year. They're gonna kick ass. And the Niners don't play the Chargers this year. But by the way, Niners play. I mentioned some of these already. Bears, Cowboys, Lions, Chiefs, Patriots, Jets. Rodgers in theory. Bills, Packers, Dolphins, Vikings, Bucks. Let's go through this. Bears, elite talent at receiver. Cowboys, Lions, good quarterbacks. Chiefs, elite talent. Bears, talent. Patriots, talent. Jets, elite. Bills, elite. Packers, not elite, but Dolphins, good. Vikings, Bucks. Wow. Pick is in on the Titans. Nobody's been talking about the Titans pick. AG says, question for Radar. Let's see what the Giants select here. Oh, Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors, the Giants. Great. I mean, they didn't go J.J. McCarthy. Internet was buzzing. They thought they were going to take J.J. McCarthy. I would not have done it. I like it. I like this. As I've told you, my three quarterbacks are Caleb, Drake May, Michael Penix. I think Michael Penix is going to the Raiders. That's my guess. Now, maybe Telesco likes J.J. McCarthy if he's still there. Would he like Bo Nix? Would Telesco take another Oregon quarterback? Bo Nix, he's not Justin Herbert as a prospect, as evidenced by the fact that he hasn't been drafted yet. If you saw the video I did with a guy named Alex Brink the other day, Alex is awesome and really insightful, and everything he said still holds up, even after the draft. Alex was a really, he's one of the most prolific quarterbacks in the history of the Pac-12, played at Washington State. Drafted in the 7th round by the Texans, Kyle Shanahan's first year's offensive coordinator. So he spent that year with Houston. So he has really good perspective on Kyle and his offense. But he's also a high-level quarterback coach, Elite 11. He lives in the Oregon area. He said he thought Bo Nix was like a 3rd-round quarterback. So, I mean, like, I wouldn't be AG. Jaden is if you got Jaden Daniels, you'd be fired up. I think Michael Penix is much more ready to play right away. He's much more ready to play right now. Instant impact. Jaden Daniels is going to take some time. So I think Penix is but you know what Penix is? Just such a solid dude all around. Such a solid dude. Elite teammate, elite leader. I was watching Shark Tank last night. Love me some Shark Tank. And they had somebody on who was pitching something. And one of the sharks said, almost every person I invest with that succeeds has been through some shit in their life. Like they've had to overcome struggle. And that's Penix. That's definitely Penix in terms of his professional life, multiple ACLs, shoulder, transfer. He's gone through a lot. Now, I do think there's plenty of ways to poke holes in Penix. His throwing motion's funky. He wrote a thing the other day in the Players Tribune about physicality. I don't get hurt, whatever. If you watched him every game as I did, he is tough. But he often was double over, holding his ribs. They had a good offensive line, elite receivers, maybe the best receiving group in the league, in the country. And so he had a lot going for him. And then on top of that, when he came to Washington, he was ready to hit the ground running because the coaches he'd already played for. So, he did have a lot going for him this year and the year before. Had a lot going for him. But I just think organizationally, the Raiders could use a guy like him. Just a no BS, not about the hype, just about getting to business, knows how to overcome adversity, deal with things. And I just a solid guy. Now I know Jeff, my buddy Jeff Schwarz, who may jump in later in the show today. He's got some takes on him. He doesn't love him. So by the time Jeff comes up, we can talk to him about him. But I like him. Thank you for the question. Daniels is an old project then. Yeah, he's 5th-year guy. I mean, all these guys are old or experienced. Not all of them are old. I don't think he's a project. I'm just not sold he can see the field. And I'm a guy who I love Jaden Daniels right away. I like him. I mean, he's very productive. As a true freshman, it was clear this guy's got talent. He played right away on a bad team, Herm's first year. And they went on the road to Michigan State. Ugly game. So he proved pretty quickly that like he could handle stuff, that the moment wasn't too big for him. But I don't know. There's a lot. I don't know. Would the Niners like Penix? Yeah, I think so. I think they would. They would draft him, but I do think. I do wonder if Kyle would be bothered by his mechanics. He throws like all upper body. It's kind of weird. JC Latham. All right, first test for the chat. Latham, JC Latham to Tennessee. Cool. That's the way kind of people expected it to go. As I mentioned, I think the guy we got to watch from an Aiyuk standpoint, Talisi Fuanga, over 6'5", 324 pounds, 22 years old. Talisa Fuanga. I got a pronunciation here that says Fuaga, but I think it's Fuanga. Anyway, but I've heard they like that guy. Harbaugh should have picked Latham. There are people that agree with that. Jim would love the Notre Dame guy. Russell asks, I'm sure you've been asked a million times, but when do they think your voice will be healed? I don't mind answering the question. I feel bad for people that have heard the answer a million times. They don't know, but it just keeps getting better. So they haven't given me an estimate. They thought it would be a few days. Then they thought it would be a couple more weeks. We've passed both those points without my voice being back to 100%. There was a complication, a light complication, during my vocal cord surgery, which I knew about immediately. I'm thankful that they got it done anyway. And I think that's contributed to a slow recovery. But getting better. Andrew H. asks, do you think Shedeur Sanders is a top 5 pick? I do. I do think he's a top 5 pick. I'm going, as I've already mentioned a couple of times, so I don't want to overdo it, but I'm calling the Colorado spring game on Saturday. So I'll be in Boulder tomorrow at Colorado practice, and excited to see him. Excited to see Travis Hunter. Looking forward to it. But yeah, I do think Shedeur is a top 5 pick. I have been watching a bunch of Colorado content, the pregame show. Watched a bunch of Coach Prime interviews. And he this week, somebody brought up the comment that went around of him saying like there's only 5 teams that Shedeur would play for, something like that. I didn't see it. I just saw the aggregation of it. And he made a point this week to say it's not true. It's not true. So, just like, and I said this the other day, like Caleb Williams never said he wanted ownership in a team. He never said that. I don't remember exactly what it was said. It came out of like some Rolling Stone article with his dad. And I don't even think he said it. But it became this thing. Like he wants ownership in a team. It's not what happened. And I think we'll have sort of a runaway train type situation there as well with Shedeur. But it's not. They're not going to pull an Eli. He's going to go somewhere. It'll be fine, like most guys. Where do you think Rome all the tackles are going out. Yeah, there's been so much talk about tackles getting traded. Somebody asked, where do you think Dunze is going? I mean, he could go to the Bears here, could go 9. They could go Fashanu, Caleb Williams' high school teammate, the offensive lineman out of Penn State. I don't think he goes 10. I don't think he goes 11, but Minnesota could do the Stephon Diggs thing again. Why you're not going to, you'll pay Justin Jefferson. You're not going to move off Justin Jefferson. 12, 13, could go 14 to New Orleans. Could go 15 to Indy. Is he going to quote unquote fall? Let's see what the Falcons do here at 8. J.C. Latham, Tennessee. Falcons at 8. Falcons feels like they go pass rusher here. Oh, I got a text. Is it Penix? Awesome. I love it. I think it's good. That is a stunner. I got to dig up I got somebody who knows picks. They told me shocking pick coming for Atlanta. Maybe we want to pick some. Let's see. I said, do you want to tip some picks to me? I love it. Penix to Atlanta. That's great. Good for him. Good for the organization. Ballsy. But I think it's awesome, man. I can't wait when Jeff Schwarz comes on later to talk about Penix, what he thinks. But look, part of what I like about it is he's got targets. You know, he's got the tight end, he's got the receiver. He's got a good offensive. Wow. Did the owner get involved here? Feels pretty rich. Better not get hurt. Feels like maybe the owner got involved. There's been some chatter that see, I'm looking at the draft room. You know, one interesting thing with Atlanta is that Jimmy Lake is their defensive coordinator. And Jimmy, while he did not coach Penix, is a Washington guy, was at Washington. The more I think about it, maybe it doesn't really matter because the Washington staff has turned over twice since Jimmy was there. So maybe that doesn't matter. But Zach Robinson, the offensive coordinator at Atlanta, this is fun. That's a fun pick. Wow. Let me No, it's I know the pick's not. I got a text message that said it's Penix, so we're good on that. Kind of crazy if you're them. That is wild. I feel like maybe the owner got involved. I'm excited about it. Damn. You know, I thought people were way too low on him. If you've been listening to me throughout the college football season, you know that I've said that people are too low on him. Like, I thought it was crazy that people thought he wasn't a first-round pick, but did not expect that. So Bears on the clock here at 9. Bears on the clock at 9. Remember, we had this earlier from Diana Rossini. She said that the Bears have let it known that 9 is available and said that Niners are talking about trading Aiyuk or Debo, including with a team in the top 10. Well, this is the only team left in the top. I guess there's 2 teams left in the top 10, the Jets. We talked about earlier, if you're just jumping in the stream, didn't make the Debo thing doesn't quite make sense. But I got two texts from college football analysts. One said makes no sense. The other said, didn't I say Penix was a first rounder for everybody else? Then he names another high profile analyst and he says, blank tried to tell me he's a fourth rounder. GTFOH. Wild. I mean, so he's an old guy. He's an old guy to back up Cousins. I mean, it's cool, but it just is Cousins in trouble? Maybe we don't know about it. Is Cousins going to jail? Is Cousins getting suspended for the tampering? Yeah. Tough break for the Raiders. Ken Chun says, you effing Falcons. That was my Husky to Raiders meant to be QB. Told y'all big Penix energy. Beat loser Bo Nix third time for Pac-12 title. He would be top 10 pick. Why did you, Ken is furious. Why did you write this like a telegram? Huh. Chat says Bears take a Dunze. These picks, they don't feel like they're taking 10 minutes. Did they reduce the first round? This does not feel like 10 minutes between picks. Cousins. That's wild. How old? Yes, confirmed. Source. I mean, everyone probably knows. I'm sure McAfee's already said it. So Rome Odunze to the Bears. That's a sweet pick. That is a sweet pick. Maurice says Ducks win in the Big Ten next year. Michael Penix is going to be 27, 28 before Kirk Cousins. Contract is up. Penix, where's his birthday here? I love it. I love that pick. Just what a bizarre decision. They get Kirk after they tamper with Kirk. People thought they might have lost. People thought Atlanta might lose this pick as punishment. They end up not losing the pick. Penix is 23.96. So he turns 24 in like a week. So Rome Odunze to the Bears. Now the Jets are on the clock. You know, everyone said all these trades were going to happen. Okay. Is this a quarterback here? Is this Minnesota? Yep. So Minnesota's coming up to 10. Did they keep 11? Well, wait a second. There's a graphic on the screen that says Minnesota has 10 and 11 on the television. Good draft by the Bears, man. I love both. I love both those picks. Caleb and Odunze. Oh. DJ Moore, Keenan Allen. I'll tell you what, like, if you told me Niners, Bears early, like early. That's sweet. Bears, not 49ers. Feels like an early season prime time game. Where's my Twitter? All right, got that off. Yeah, I mean, it feels like JJ. So what did they see? This is why the live stream, I'm like, well, do I want people to be listening to this the next day on Spotify as I'm trying to figure this out? trade. So 11. Okay, so the graphics just not updated. 11 plus a 4th and 5th to move up one spot. Good trade by the Jets. Yeah, feels like a quarterback here. JJ McCarthy would be my guess. Which, you know what? Like, I think it's a pretty good. I think it's a pretty good spot. It's a really good spot for him. Actually, I'm not particularly optimistic on him, but I do think it's a good spot for him. I just think Kevin O'Connell's a good coach, good receivers. Murray is high. There's a comment high on Bo Nix, QB1 in waiting. So Jets, here we go. Brock Bowers. Jets going to go Brock Bowers at 11. Or do they go tackle, which they need? Maybe protect their quarterback this time around. But I'm rooting for them to just take Brock Bowers. Partly because I don't keep him away from the Rams. Keep him in the AFC. Jets get 11, 129. Yeah. Let's see. Bowers, Penix to Atlanta makes a hell of a lot of sense if they hadn't signed Cousins. Owner's involved, man. Feels like the owner's involved. I tell you what, I like the Penix thing entertains me. I would have liked Penix to Atlanta more if they hadn't signed Cousins and they hadn't fired their head coach. I think he's a good OC. But McCarthy, man, that is interesting. I don't know. Oof. I was watching coverage earlier, and they're like, the one thing you say about McCarthy, he's a winner. Like, yeah. Okay. I'll tell you the thing I saw earlier that killed me. And this clip got around. Like, you probably saw it. Michael Lombardi was on McAfee yesterday. I was just watching it. And they're talking about Aiyuk. And he goes, the thing that nobody wants to talk about is that when you trade Aiyuk for a pick, you're trading him for a player. What player is it? And he got my attention when he said the thing that nobody wants to talk about. And then I was like, no, that's the thing everybody's talking about. What? What are we talking about? That is the thing that everybody's talking about. Yeah. I think as we sit here at 11, I think it's safe to say that the Aiyuk rumors will continue into the night if he's not traded in this first round. By the way, I didn't even say this. My prediction is he will not get traded and he will be back on the 49ers. I should say that. I should predict it before we get into this stuff. The last big draft prediction I had, last time it was like a big moment to make a prediction. It was the Trey Lance pick. Like I said, I think they're taking Trey, despite all the Mac stuff. So now, as you may know, I did not hold all the people that said it's going to be Mac Jones. I didn't hold that against anybody. But I think it was a indication of what's to come. At least, no, sorry. It was just an indication of the way the Niners were feeling. I've been resting my voice, man. My voice is so rested. I've been talking more and more and more, and it's getting better and better and better. So it needs to exercise. I do some drills. Watch how immediately better it gets after some cup bubbles. It's like some Laramie Tunzel stuff right there. You see how much better it is after that exercise? For a few seconds at least. That exercise keeps the vocals in sync. It syncs them up a little bit. So, Bowers. Hey, if anybody ever runs any voice issues, let me know. I got all the exercises right here. Here's the diagram of your face. That is where all the words go. This guy showed me, a buddy of mine, Joe, not this guy. His house the other day. He goes, I just got this thing on Amazon for $350. It's this box. He plugs it into his TV. I don't know how it works. Okay. He does not pay for television service. He gets so many channels. My wife thought it was crazy the other night because he showed it to me, and all I did for about 20 minutes was flip from local news channel. I went like Syracuse, New York, Boise, Idaho, Nashville, Tennessee, St. Petersburg, Corpus Christi, Kansas City, just on and on, Omaha, on and on and on, Charleston, on and on and on, through all the news stations, just watching local news. It was incredible. Just seeing like man on the street interviews and, oh yeah, somebody was hit right over there, just like stuff like that. So I don't know what that thing is. It's too much, like, because I just loved it. I was just boom, local news, just watching all of it. I don't know what it is, but he paid $350 for it, and he gets everything. What's illegal about that? Immediately better. How about that? I'm not a good snapper. Tight ends usually don't turn out well in the first round. It says Mark 187. Let me cross promote another show I did. My buddy Evan Moore was on the other day. Super smart. I texted him. Former NFL tight end, played at Stanford, football and basketball, played for Harbaugh. He likes Brock Bowers, but he's like, he's more a receiver. He's not a mauler. He is undersized as a blocker when you compare him to like the pass rushers he'll be blocking. There's JJ McCarthy video. Girlfriend gets the seat right next to him. Crazy to me. Yeah, I mean, he's I don't know, closer to Kelsey maybe than he is to Kittle, which is spectacular. So JJ McCarthy, and now we're waiting on Bowers, which it feels like is next. And by the way, on the tight ends, like he's the only good one at the top of this draft. Maybe you take a guy later. People were saying, somebody sent me Ben Sinnott from Kansas State. It was like a fourth round grade. I watched him. Looks like a fullback. Partly because he wears 34. If they draft Ben Sinnott, it looks more like to me, he's more juice than he is Kittle. Offensive line. Dante comes in the chat to say, I said Penix to Atlanta 2 months ago. Well, if you didn't super chat it, nobody cares. Offensive lineman, Olaf Fashanu. Very reasonable pick by the Jets. Their quarterback got hurt on the first play of the year last year. So smart. Bauer's still out there. Denver, please take him. Where the Rams are at 19. Rams are at 19. Right now, two things to watch. What's up with Aiyuk? Does anything happen? We got the Raiders here. Are they going to go Bo Nix coming up? Do they go quarterback? Do they go receiver? Probably not. Does New Orleans go receiver? Is Brian Thomas on the board at 15 or 17? He's the fourth best receiver in the draft. So if you were going to trade Aiyuk, you'd rather replace him with the fourth best receiver than the fifth best receiver or the sixth best receiver if you were going to draft a receiver. So a couple things we're watching right now. Where's Brian Thomas? And are the Rams about to do something? Would the Rams go get Brock Bowers? I'm sending a text. Watching. So we're 3 tackles down. We're 3 tackles down. We're 3 receivers down. We are 5 quarterbacks down. Right? 1, 2, 3. Let's actually try and. Who cares? We'll just count them up. What is Denver going to? What is Sean Payton going to do? You know, there was like a lot of Bo Nix talk here. That Bo Nix can take hard coaching. Sean Payton gives hard coaching. That sort of thing. Be pretty wild if the Raiders need a quarterback and just flat don't get one. Which may not be the worst thing in the world. I mean, now that Penix is gone, they shouldn't, I don't think, draft Bo Nix. Let's see here. What are the Raiders going to do? Just don't let Bowers fall to Seattle. I'd be less worried about it. Let's Seattle have 7. I mean, let's Seattle have all. They don't have a quarterback. They got a good coach, though. They got a good offensive coach. What am I looking for here? Hold on. All right. I mean, I wonder, do the Raiders just go super responsible? Do they go corner? Who'd Denver take? Getting a text. Is it going to be the text I want? Bo Nix is on the phone, I'm told. I'm hearing Bo Nix is on his phone. But it's not confirmed. I got a text that Bo Nix is on the phone, not confirmed. Easy. Okay. There you go. I don't know if you heard it here first because I don't know what other people are doing, but let's see. Let's see if this one's right. Zach says, does Shanny even have a go route in his offense? Seems like that's the only route that Brian Thomas Jr. can run. He does. I remember this guy named Julio. So he'd do it. And here's the other thing. I have I've said this a lot last year when I was going to Niners camp every day. A couple times in practice, Niners would throw go balls. And my feeling was always like, they're just doing it to make the receivers feel good because their success rate is very low. All right. Breer is saying it's Knicks. All right. Well, somebody tell me, did you hear it here first? I got eyes on the situation. Told me Bo Nix was on the phone. So hopefully you heard it here first on that one. Interesting. That is, I mean, you know what, though, as someone who is not as I'm not bullish on Bo Nix as a pro. I think it's one of the better places. Like, thank God for him he went to Denver instead of the Raiders. That's better for him, right? Going to Denver. I don't know, where would he have? New Orleans. Okay, Raiders. Raiders are on the clock. What are they going to do here? Corner, not pass rusher, not edge. Who's Telesco going to like? My thing on the Niners and Yak, I do think they could. I think Brock could hit deep balls, but it's got to be a different type of receiver. It's got to be like DK. It's got to be a separator. And I know we always get in arguments because then, the night look at all the chunk yards. Aiyuk gets chunk yards. They're not over the top go balls, which is fine. You'd like to have it though, which is why they drafted Danny Gray. So yes, I do think to answer the question, yeah, like he's got it in the playbook. This ain't them. We are coming up on an hour and a half in the stream. And I don't know how many ounces is in this cup, and almost 32 ounces of high quality H2O in my system. So there might be a pee break in the near future here. We'll see. Overreach for a QB. Yeah, it was. But you're paying your coach $18 million. Sean's making $18 million. He does have also he's like a $20 million coach. He does have from what I understand, a Lululemon endorsement deal. That's what I've heard. That Sean's got some deal with Lulu. I don't know if he's done ads. I haven't seen them. Maybe that's public information. I haven't seen it. So he's a $20 million coach is what I'm saying. He's not going to wait around. He's not going to wait around. So just 6 QBs in the top 12. That's some sort of record. This will be a better quarterback draft than the Trey Lance, Zach Wilson, Mac Jones, Justin Fields. In fact, I think about this. Even if none of these guys become all pros, or if like most of them don't, they still have a good shot at all being better than Fields, Mac, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance. That's how bad that class was. Are you able to drink alcohol? Yes, I am. Worthy's ability to take the top off the defense while also being a good route runner would be nice. I did see a cut up of him today, just in my timeline. Somebody said Xavier Worthy can't run routes. All right, Raiders. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? My guess is, God, I mean, you could, even though they got Crosby, You could just go. You could go edge rusher, and get the best edge rusher in this draft. You could definitely get the best corner. That's the position they're in here, right? Get the best corner, get the best tight end, get the best pass rusher, get the best tackle. Have we had any? No. I'm listing guys, and it just occurs to me, you can get the best defensive player in the draft. There hasn't been a defensive player taken yet. Wow. I can't. Has there ever been a draft like this? That's crazy. You're sitting at 13 and you can get the best defensive player in this draft. I swear to God, if Bowers falls, you know where I think let me see. Let me check a depth chart here. George, wow. Look at General Peyton. Yeah. I don't know if he's fired up about the pick. Not really his call, but he didn't look that fired up. The GM of the Colts. Dude, we should draft Brock Bowers. Are the Raiders taking him? I was going to say the Colts. Oh, yeah, it's Bowers. Wow. All right, 14th pick of the draft, you can have the best defensive player. This is crazy. I mean, good pick. They replaced Darren Waller. Can I say something? A few years ago, you're not going to expect this. A few years ago, I worked with Kelsey Plum, and she was awesome. It was the first basketball game she'd ever called. She was my analyst, and I got to know her, and she's really cool and really a really good analyst. Like, she is better than most analysts on television doing any sport. I sincerely mean that. I've come across people like that, and I say it so sending some love because she's awesome. I mean, all right, sweet pick. Who cares that you don't have the quarterback yet? I like it. I mean, put it this way, if I were a Raider fan, which I'm not, or am I? I would be fired up about the Brock Bowers pick. Here we go. A comment. Dallas Turner is the one no one's talking about. He's the one nobody's drafting. He's been the best player available for probably at least 4 picks. He's a pass rusher out of Alabama. 6'3", 247 pounds. Ran a 4.46, 40.5-inch vert. I mean, it's wild. He's been the best player available for 4 picks. Maybe he'll get drafted by the Saints, 14th. Let's see. All right, people, here we go. We had a lot of smoke yesterday or 2 days ago, when Dale Jeremiah said the Colts and the Jags, those are 2 teams That would kind of make sense in like an Aiyuk context. He mentioned the Colts and the Jags, okay? So if you're going to consider trading Aiyuk, you have to do it with a player targeted. Well, the Colts are sitting here at 15. Would the Niners trade Aiyuk and some other pick to get up to 15? Would they do it at 17? They would not do it at 16, Seattle. But that is what we're watching right now. And who is that person? Is it Tali Fuanga? Is it Troy Fatanu? Couple of linemen. Fatanu may be a guard. Is it Brian Thomas, the receiver from LSU? Is it all bullshit? Is it somebody else? You know, I mean, as long as it's not Mims, I actually agree on that. Aints head coach loves defense. Yes, he does. He's got a good defense. If you get the best pass rusher in the draft with the 14th pick, don't you kind of have to do that? To me, Indy, I would think at this point, has to have remember, Indy does the same, maybe a lot of teams do it, but Indy does the same thing the Niners do in terms of like gold star guys, gold helmets. Niners have 16 guys that they have a gold helmet on, which is just like our type of guy, our guy. Niners have 22 players, John Lynch said on Monday. They have 22 players with a first-round grade. Okay. The Niners have 170 draftable players. The draft has about, this year I think it's 256, it's 250 something is the number of picks in this draft. So that means that there's like 80 players in this draft. Or there will be 80, I should say 80 players. There will be 80 players drafted just about who the Niners don't think are draftable. But, you know, you take somebody. The 22 players with a first-round grade, John Lynch said that's more players than the 49ers have had a first-round grade on in the last 2 years. Hey, hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. We're getting at a point where your boy, you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to make a break for it before this New Orleans pick comes in case things get weird. So let me do this. I'm gonna go take it. I'm gonna hit the restroom. In the meantime, allow me to entertain you. Hey, what's up? I am Guy from earlier. Live Guy is still live, but he's taking a little break. Maybe he went to get something to drink, stretch some hip flexors, do some vocal exercises. But while we have a moment, like the video, that helps out. That makes you a sponsor of the show when you subscribe to the channel. Really appreciate that to help things grow. And yeah, I mean, it's good to have you. We got a long night tonight, big day tomorrow. And, you know, I'm excited to see what comes next. Since many of you asked, tomorrow is 5 weeks, 6 weeks, I can't quite remember, since vocal cord surgery. So here's some of the exercises that the live version of me right now might be doing. One called cup bubbles, where you just blow bubbles, and it helps your vocal cords. It puts like equal pressure on your vocal cords coming in. The bubbles create a little pressure and the air you're pushing out, and it just helps everything kind of flow in sync. You'll notice my voice after I do this, just for a few seconds. My voice sounds better here. Watch. And now the immediate afterwards is things are really in sync. You can tell right there. Now, the longer I do it, the longer it'll last. It's already kind of gone. It's already kind of gone away, but it just helps placement. Like if you close your lips, you go, where you feel the vibration, roof of your mouth, your mask. This is called your mask. And people watching this who are singers or maybe have been in theater, you already know this. Probably better than I know it, but it's stuff I'm learning. But that where you feel that's where that's good voice placement. Should be up here, not feel like all your voice vibrations coming from down there. So, working on things like boot, that's a good high placement. Beat is in the front. Book, boat, all of these are proper, but it's just trying to take off here. But it just helps you feel the different placements. So if you say boot, Woody Lou, you feel that in a certain place. Now do Bert, it's probably in the middle of your palate. You do beat, it's in the front of your palate. These are all things I'm working on. That was just a drink. That wasn't Just take a little break. I'll be back. This is the break. Have a 5:30 a.m. flight to Denver tomorrow. Excited about it, though. Colorado spring game this weekend. Plus more draft stuff, more draft videos. All right, great stuff there. Stupid. I don't even remember what I did that this morning. I don't remember what was there. Guy, do you get awkward watching yourself or do you like it? No, I study it. New Orleans has taken Fuanga. All right. Oh, they took him. Well, I guess, the Rams are going to be able to try and replace Aaron Donald if they want. I think from what I heard, I think that the Rams did try to get up and get Bowers. Like that was real. That was a rumor that was out there today, and that was real from what I understand. All right, Indy's on the clock. Phone's ringing at 49:49. Here we go. Here we go. Good pick. I like Fuanga to New Orleans. That's a good pick. What's Indy going to do? Now, to me, I don't think Indy's trading this pick. I think Indy probably can get a blue chip gold star guy. I think I was saying that before I jumped away. So if you're a Niner fan, thank the Raiders for taking Brock Bowers. Where did my internet? Here we go. Somebody. I got to show you guys this. I'm trying not to read Twitter too much. Not because I love it. It's just I'm trying to do a show here, so I appreciate you guys weighing in. But Postman Pat on Twitter. I did not know this about Brock Bowers. Here's a picture he sent me of Brock Bowers. And he said, can we get a shave it or save it on this dude's hairline? Stat. For those of you who might be newer to the show, one thing John and I did, and it was really a fun thing that we did together because John once had great hair and now he's bald and rocks it very well. And I have hair, thankfully. For me, good. It's good. It's hanging on. It's doing well. But this photo of Brock Bowers here, it's not great. Now, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell, but not great. He is not far off. He's had it all like combed down over his forehead. So that's a save it right now. He's a young man with so much life left to live. And he's, boy, but that's only headed one direction. I don't know what his hair is going to look like later. Everyone's saying shave it. Here's the thing with shave it or save it. I try to be real. Like, it is so easy to just tell somebody to shave it. And, I just try to put myself in their shoes. Like, can I salvage this for a little while? Yeah, he's got Witten's hair. Maybe he'll have Witten's game. Nick Papagiorgio. You better take a trip to Turkey and fix that. So I had a family friend who did Turkey. And he said it was like the most painful thing of his life. The most painful thing. I watched I would start with the PRP injections. I'd start there. Now, not everybody's a candidate for the PRP. Yeah, see, I think the Colts, they had a guy they loved, a gold helmet guy. They're like, we can get the best, we can get our favorite pass rusher in this draft, and they're taking Latu. I don't think the Colts, for half a second, thought about trading this pick for Brandon Aiyuk. There's no way. I don't think. I mean, maybe is it possible the Colts had like 14 guys with a first round grade? Like, well, if nobody's there, maybe we would think about it. Colts gold stars. Yeah. So there's no chance they thought about trading that pick for Brandon Aiyuk. Latu. Good player. Really good player. Overcome a lot. He's like the Penix of pass rushers, actually. That's who he is. He's the Penix of pass rushers. Remember, this was a guy in like the early mocks that went higher than this. If you go back and look at mock drafts from a couple months ago, Latu, was going like 8th, 10th. Here, I just got a text. It says, I heard somebody just texted me. I heard there are several teams that have 12 to 15 players with first round grades. So maybe Indy was one of those teams. All right, Seahawks on the clock. Do something boring. Defensive coach, right? Sage Stevens with a super chat. Thank you, Sage. Defensive coach. Does he go with his guy off the top here? Here's the thing, though. Not his choice, right? John Schneider. This is a big pick for John Schneider. What did Pete Carroll say? If you watch Pete Carroll's exit press conference, it was really good. And he said to John Schneider, basically, like, all right, big boy, it's yours now. Big seat for you. Good luck. Good luck, bud. So this is John Schneider's first big pick. It's a big moment for him at 16. He's been Pete Carroll, even though he's been the GM in Seattle, it's been Pete's show. I wonder if I do wonder, this is interesting. Somebody said here, I wonder if I'm glad Latu's not going to the Hawks. I wonder if they liked him. They certainly could have. Luggy Buggy, thank you for the super chat. John Schneider on one of the Duke boys. Woody? We go O-line here? Oh, man. Well, congratulations to Leatu Latu, by the way, being the first defensive player taken in this draft. Does he get an award for that? From now on, I decree that the Latu Award goes to the first defensive player taken in every draft. Pass rushers really matter in this division. I mean, they matter in every division. But pass rushers really matter in this division. Is Seattle going to go Dallas Turner? What are they going to do? Byron Murphy? It doesn't feel like, I don't think they would go corner here. I think they go, I'm going to predict, this is not me saying because I don't know yet, but I'm going to say they go Dallas Turner or Byron Murphy. Their D line is good. I don't think they go corner. Yeah, okay. That's what I'm saying. And then we get to Jacksonville. They're not taking Brian Thomas. A lot of people have heard this rumor out there that this is the place. This is the spot. Here we go. Seattle is making their pick. It's not going to be a receiver. And then Jacksonville is on the clock. The longest running. Oh, Jordan Schultz is tipping picks. I'll put Jordan. Is he live streaming or is he tweeting? What's he doing? Schultz report. What are you doing, Jordan? No, he's not. Oh, yeah, he is. With a graphic. All right, well, let's keep an eye on him here. He's getting breaking news graphics. That's good. Aiyuk. All right. This is a big moment. Here we go. Thursday, April 25th, 6:56 p.m. Pacific time. It's not all over and done yet if Aiyuk doesn't get traded here. But this feels like the spot. We'll be holding, Pittsburgh at 20, just because I'm not buying Pittsburgh, though. And then, and then I think it'll be maybe Washington tomorrow. Maybe, who's the other team tomorrow? Oh. Where's my board here? Where's my board? Too many tabs. Jags taking Brian Thomas, still trying to offload Zay Jones. Says somebody. Is that a prediction? New England. Sorry, that was the other team. Just based on some of those other reports that were out there. Here we go. This is the moment. Now, if you're the Jags, you want a receiver, you like the guy, you just take that guy. He's a lot cheaper. I don't think he's going. Somebody said trade up for Spencer Rattler. I did not get a chance to see the Siani Vaki interview that Kruger did the other day, but I like him. I like Cole Bishop, not in the first round. I would love to see the Niners go. And I hate to say this because it's such a high bust rate, but I would love to see him go receiver. I think that'd be cool. And I don't, I've been talking a lot about offensive line for a while, but listen to John Lynch, and Kawakami wrote this. Kawakami wrote this. Sorry, just sending a message there. Kawakami wrote this. Texting from your computer is like 7. Once that you text from your computer, I can't go back to texting. I hate texting from my phone. Hate it. If the future is texting from your phone, which I start doing the voice messages, even though not everybody likes it, I hate texting anything more than 3 words from my phone. Despise it. I mean this sincerely. I have nightmares about trying to text from my phone where it's like the words aren't texting properly. It's the wrong word. It's changing, whatever. I hate it. Texting from the computer is so much better. Also very distracting. If you have a hard time, if you're someone, very distracting to have your text messages on your laptop. Anyway, Kawakami wrote this the other day, that his reaction to the John Lynch. Oh, stop texting for a second. Somebody's trying to buy Andrew Santino tickets, which I can't. I'm going to go see Andrew Santino. He's coming end of June. Kawakami said his reaction to the John Lynch press conference was that he did not sound like a guy that was about to take an offensive lineman in the first round. I agree with him. I agree. He's A+ live. Oh man, I've been deep in Santino content. Just, yeah, I'm a fan. I just saw he's going to be at Cobb's too. It's not going to be like AD Mitchell is going to be a Niner, says that one prediction on the internet, on the chat. Okay, so Byron Murphy, I think we've been talking about that for a few minutes now. Did that pick get tipped yet? Yes, great. Second defensive player off the board. Here we go. Jags. Guys, if you want Zay Jones, do I have a deal for you? Oh. I mean, where's this trending right now? Still a long way to get to the Niners at 31. What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 14 picks away. And still no corners have been taken. Still a lot of defensive players available. We've kind of run out of offensive tackles, like true tackles, right? We're in the guard, maybe a tackle range now. Nothing would put me to sleep like drafting a defensive tackle at 31, by the way. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying nothing would put me to sleep. I've not been watching. Cosman says Brock's been in like 3 commercials. I think the NFL's leaning into the Brock story. Folks, it's just good business to lean into the Brock story. I am going to keep an eye here. Everyone's, oh, look, so many trades coming in. There could be 7 trades in the first 10 picks. Oh, there has been a trade. The Jags have made a trade with the Vikings. Okay. What are the Vikings? Vikings have to be coming up for a defensive player. Good job, Schultz. Meanwhile, TV's still on the Seahawks pick. Let's go. No, they're doing fine. Vikings got to be coming up for Dallas Turner. That's my guess. That just means suspense is back on at 23, says Russell. So Jacksonville goes from 17 to 23. And 167. Thank you, Nathan. Producer Nathan here. And a 2025 third rounder. I don't think the trade is on. I think the trade is off. To me, if you're trading Aiyuk, you either have to get incredible value, which you could argue getting 2 of Washington's picks at the beginning of the second round is incredible value. And you got to get a star player. And I think we're past the blue chip prospects that the Niners would covet. I think. Minnesota's pick is in. Has my brother Schultz reported this yet? I'm not drinking Starbucks today, actually, but Dallas Turner. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Like Minnesota's sitting there going, holy shit, the top pass rusher on our board is available at 17. So they did it. That's great. Zay Jones not included in that deal. So there's still a chance to trade Zay Jones for Brandon Aiyuk. All right. But anyway, I don't think 23. I don't think you're doing that. 17. But let's see what happens here with old Brian Thomas. Wide receiver 4. Does Pittsburgh just take him at 20? Is he still there at 20? Would Pittsburgh offer Aiyuk? Would the Niners value that? To me, if you're trading Brandon Aiyuk, you have to do one of 2 things. Actually, you kind of have to do 2 things. You either have to just get an immediate replacement receiver, or you have to get a franchise offensive lineman and then also get a receiver to replace him. That's it. Those are your options. You're not trading Brandon Aiyuk so you can, I don't know, get Jared Verse. Respectfully. I always laugh with my old friend Derek Papa, who is a radio producer at KNBR. It used to be our radio producer back when we did radio. He's the son of Greg Papa. He's a very smart young man. And one day I was doing a Warriors game. I was filling in on Warriors radio. And Pascal Siakam, Warriors were playing the Raptors. And Pascal Siakam hit a 3. And I, in the call, was very surprised. Pascal Siakam for 3? Like that kind of. And that's kind of how I just thought of that. Like, if Jared Verse is an all-pro in 3 years, we'll go back to this clip of me going like, you're not doing that for Jared Verse. Good pick, man. I love all these picks are good picks, but they're not. All right. Oh, here comes drama. I don't know if this has been said. Again, it's hard for me to tell. I'm getting a lot of text messages. So I don't know, like sometimes if they are something that was already just said on television or has been reported somewhere. Or if it's something that's like, it's something that's hard to tell. But I just got a text that said Kirk Cousins was not. Oh, maybe I shouldn't say that. Ask. Oh, okay. All right. Apparently, Daniel Jeremiah said on television. So that was not. See, I was like, I was that inside. I don't want to take somebody else's scoop. Was what almost happened there. That Kirk Cousins was not given a heads up on the Michael Penix pick. Okay, they talked about it on TV. Good. All right, chat new. Trade him? Shanahan? Kyle? Cousins? Demands a trade? Love the scuba diving glasses. Is that on? Oh, yeah. Oh, on Dallas Turner. Penix had some big glasses, but Dallas Turner's got some humongous glasses. Looks like an insect. His eyes are huge. Cousins, man. Kirk Cousins has had the most lucrative, freaking bizarre career. One of the most lucrative, bizarre careers we've ever seen in the sport. He gets paid more money than most people in his sport, not you and me. He gets paid more money than almost anybody. He gets paid in a way that says, I love you, right? That's the paychecks that he gets have an amount of money on them that, if translated, usually say, I love you more than anything in the world. But in fact, what they say on them in invisible ink is, I do not want to be paying you this much money. The opposite. He makes more money for a guy who is the teams that Washington didn't want him, but they were stuck. Minnesota didn't want him, but they were stuck. Atlanta got him, tampered to get him, and then immediately tries to replace him. It's insane. This is wild. And I didn't even, did we talk about this? What was that trade? How many picks? Did somebody give me this? It's incredible. Hold on, let me fire off a tweet here. Let me fire, because that's what's important. Well, good tweet, guy. Ball's a good one. All right. Let's keep this sucker moving. Hey, if you're listening to this podcast the next day, I decided clearly to put this whole thing up. Rams are on the clock. I mean, they go pass rusher. Maybe they go Jared Verse. So many great players left. What's up, guy? So many great players left. Are there? I feel like we've passed the part of the draft where it's just blue chipper after blue chipper after blue chipper. Maybe the Falcons are just trying to protect Penix physically, keep him healthy. Maybe their goal is to never play Penix and prove to everybody that he can stay healthy. Oh, man, I'm just looking at Bowers again. I think we might have here we go. Let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, several weeks ago on the show, I had a buddy of mine who I've worked with many times over the years, did a lot of work on Sirius XM. He came on and talked about offensive linemen, which is, by design that day, but that's not all he knows. This guy knows college football inside and out, knows the NFL inside and out. And I sent him a link that I said, hey, if you want to pop in tonight, pop in. He was an all-league offensive lineman at Oregon, a 7th-round pick who played 8 years in the NFL. His podcast was a few of them. Jeff Schwarz is Smarter Than You and Bear Bets, his Fox gambling podcast. He is a Joe Moore Award voter for the top offensive line in college football. And he's Jeff Schwarz. And he joins us now from his home in Puerto Rico.
Is your voice dead? What's happening here, buddy? I'm a little concerned. I'm good.
I had the vocal cord surgery like 5 weeks ago. And did I tell you that? Did you know that?
I think you did.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I know.
You're anyway, good though.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm fine.
But we've been on since that surgery though.
Yeah. Were we? Did I sound like shit the last time we talked? I can't keep track.
You sound normal. You sounded good.
So that was before the surgery then, probably.
No, the Niners thing we did, I think was within the last month, wasn't it? Nonetheless, glad to be here. Okay. You have the Colorado spring game too, right? This week.
I have the Buffs spring game. I'm flying tomorrow at 5:30 a.m. to Boulder.
I saw that in Boulder. Yeah, the greatest 4-8 team of all time. That's not why we're here, though. We're here to talk about the NFL draft.
Thanks for coming in tonight, by the way.
What are the Falcons doing?
I just said they just want to make sure that they keep Penix healthy.
by not playing him for 2 years.
Yeah.
There's a video that shows the Falcons war room.
Yeah.
And their GM is talking to their owner, and Arthur Blank does not look happy.
So what do you think that was about? Because it feels like the owner picked the quarterback. You don't think so?
I don't know, man. He picked Kirk Cousins. So like this is the thing about this, right? So let's talk about all these things, because I think that there's the people will say, well, this is what the Packers did with Jordan Love. This is what the Chiefs did with Patrick Mahomes. It's not quite the same thing, right? Very few things are the same.
Mm-hmm.
The Chiefs moved up to get Mahomes with like a ready-made roster to win a championship. The Falcons are not there right now.
Right.
And the Chiefs did that with cheap pieces, right? They had cheap guys on the roster still. By the time Penix were to play, he'd be as early as 25, by the way. And they don't have the same pieces on the roster the Chiefs sort of had, right? They don't have Andy Reid, first of all, okay? The Packers situation, that's 2 years. Penix will be 26 by the time he plays. And you're using up 2 of the 4 cheap years of that rookie contract, right? The 5th year as a 5th-year option is cheaper than extending him, but still not cheap per se. And for the Falcons specifically, Drake London will need a new deal by then. Kyle Pitts will need a new deal by then. Bijan will be entering year 4. He's going to want a new deal by then. So, like, what's the plan here? You didn't even tell Cousins, which is insane. It's like his agent, by the way, was my agent in the NFL as well.
Who's that?
Mike McCartney. He tweeted out right before it happened, like,
is he Bill McCartney's son? Right?
Yes.
The former Colorado coach.
Correct. Yes. He's going to be. He tweeted out, "You're going to be shocked when this happens." And it was he must have just got a call from Kirk. I don't get it. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't. I don't understand the point of what like just don't sign Cousins then. Like when you sign Cousins, you should have already been in the draft evaluation process to know who you liked.
Jeff, they tampered to get Cousins.
Correct.
They're probably going to lose their first round pick next year.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they did it.
I don't know, man. Well, they're not going to lose their first round pick for tampering, are they?
Well, they might. I mean, some people thought they were going to lose their first round pick this year, and it was just too close to the draft to do it to them.
Wow.
Amarius Mims just got taken with the 18th pick by the Bengals, Georgia. You hate that pick, right?
No. I mean, I had a wager from Mims to go later than this, so that's what sucked. Good night in the wagering department, by the way, and for your boy.
Did you have no defensive player in the top 14?
No, but I had Joe Alt 5th. I had exact order 1, 2, 3. I had Latham second offensive lineman drafted, and but the way this works is like if you also Daniel second and May 3rd. If you do your units properly, like you can lose. Like I will end up being like negative for wins and losses tonight, but the unit size will get me to green. So I'll make money. So I don't have many left. Many wagers left on the night. So we'll see how it goes. But it's Mims can be good. He just hasn't played a lot of football, and the Bengals just have not developed offensive linemen since Andrew Whitworth. Like they haven't done it, and so can they do it now?
Rams are taking Jared Verse, pass rusher out of Florida State.
Sort of had to, right? I mean, This thing about the draft tonight so far is like the Broncos had to take Bo Nix because they needed a quarterback, and he was the only guy left. I don't think they would have taken Penix though if Penix was the only guy left. I never got the feeling that Penix fits what Bo Nix is. Penix fits what Sean Payton wants to do offensively.
Yeah,
that's one thing too. Like to me, Penix is not good enough to do this for. Like
even if they didn't have Cousins, you would have hated it.
Yeah, I don't think Bo Nix, by the way, is a first round pick either. I think circumstance forced the Broncos to do that. But circumstance doesn't force the Falcons to do this, guy. They did it anyways. They have a quarterback. And so if you do this for Caleb Williams, I think Caleb Williams is worth doing this for. But not for Penix, not for Nix. If the Falcons drafted Nix, I feel the same way. But like, what are we doing? I don't know. It's mind-blowing. I mean, so far, I think that the draft has gone really well for most every team. Like most teams have done sort of hit the players they need.
Yeah,
right.
The Jets were one, right? People are like, are they going to be tempted and take Bowers? They didn't.
That's great. I think the Giants took Neighbors, which they should have done instead of taking McCarthy.
Right.
Like these teams have done the right thing. The Saints got a right tackle. They need a right tackle. They got a right tackle. Look, I think that even the Chargers at 5, like Alt has not played right tackle, but he's the best offensive lineman in this class. So like you take the best guy at 7. Obviously at 5. So I just like what a lot of teams have done.
Okay. From a Niners perspective, Pittsburgh, there's been a lot of Aiyuk rumors. Brian Thomas, the 4th best receiver in this draft, is still on the board.
I know. Well, there's some medical issues with him. Well,
somebody told me today, I've seen a lot of that. Somebody told me today they thought someone was trying to get him to fall, that somebody was leaking medical.
But all the teams have the medical.
Yeah, so, but no one's drafting him. So clearly there is something there.
But all the teams have the medical. So like a media report is not going to change it. They already have the information.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm surprised Fatanu has not been drafted yet.
Really? Why?
He's really good.
Is he a tackle or a guard?
I think he's more of a long-term tackle than, let's say, than
Fuanga?
Than Fuaga, yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, I gotta watch. How do you? The Lakers are on right now too. How do I watch this? I guess I have to go to YouTube TV or something and do.
Can you split screen? You can only split screen what they give you, and they're not giving you a multi-screen of draft and Lakers, which is crazy. Jeff's a Lakers fan.
I mean, so One thing that I
Jeff's not in Puerto Rico, by the way.
no. One thing that I can just do on my computer while we're talking. One thing that I like to gamble on for in the NBA is first quarters. And so I'm now 7-2 in the playoffs in first quarters because you have a team like Orlando. They come back home, they're down 0-2. They're going to play really well in the first quarter. Now they end up kicking Cleveland's butt tonight. But like the Lakers are up 8-0. Like they're good, they're going to come out strong because first of all, LeBron never is going to give up ever, right? We know that about him. But that like it's just who they are. Like they're going to just they're going to play hard. And they're back home. Like they don't want to lose this series.
I feel like I'm watching Get Up from this morning when I turned it on wanting NFL draft coverage and heard NBA playoff talk.
Look, I'm obviously not a producer on any of these shows. They do too much NBA for me on that channel. Like I don't like people not tuning into it for NBA playoffs, but it's on their network. So
well, I could say the same thing about this stream right now.
Well, now we're talking. Well, I mean, the
gambling.
Steelers. I hope the Steelers take an offensive lineman. We'll talk some more offensive linemen.
I think the Steelers are going to take
Brian Thomas.
Someone's texting me right now. I think it's Brian Thomas. I just got a text that says I think he's next, and I said, "Well, Thomas, what do you mean?"
It's quite possible. This is setting up about as well as it could for the Niners, right? If the teams to get a tackle, right? Even a wide receiver.
Oh, no,
both.
I think Fatanu.
You trade up for him, or he's not dropping a 31.
No. I'm saying I think I just got a text that said the Steelers are taking Fatanu.
Oh, I mean, look, Fatanu's a Pittsburgh guy, man. The way he plays, I love it. I love this for them.
Right. Well, let's see. Jordan Schultz, who's been tipping all the picks, hasn't tweeted that one yet. So maybe we just beat Jordan Schultz on that one. Let's see. Let's see if I'm correct. I may be wrong.
I'm curious. He's been so has been Breer, right?
Breer has also been saying picks early. Yeah. You like that pick?
Yeah, I love Fatanu.
Okay, so if he's off the board, then like, is there anybody the Niners that you would have?
I have Morgan at 31
ahead of Graham Barton. Or you just don't think Barton will be there?
I don't think Barton will be there. So Miami should take Barton at 21. I think.
Woo! Beat Schultz. He just tweeted it.
They got Fatanu.
Fatanu to the Steelers.
I think I love this for the Steelers.
Really?
He just fits perfect. He fits Pittsburgh perfectly.
Why?
It's just tough, man. Just tough.
It's a good breakdown there from Jeff.
I'm curious where he plays though. So Broderick Jones probably goes to left tackle. That's the talk. And then he would go to right tackle. That's my guess. I'm kind of curious. I'm actually curious where they end up putting him. Or they leave Jones at right tackle and put him at left tackle. I don't think he's a tackle in the NFL though. So I'm kind of curious what they do with him. Let me see what my guys. Let me see what my guys say about him right here.
I'm a little intrigued. Like that you just have no problem taking a guard, basically a guard there. I'm not saying you should have a problem. I think it's interesting. That's kind of how he's viewed.
No, I think teams view him as a tackle. I don't.
You don't.
I'm not in charge of those decisions, though.
All right, Eagles on the clock, then Jags at 23. Hey, would you trade Aiyuk for what were these two picks? Tomorrow for 30, 36 and 40, Washington?
Well, I traded Brandon Aiyuk for 36 and 40.
So 36 is the fourth pick of the second round, and 40 is whatever the seventh.
I heard this yesterday. I forget who was saying this. Wouldn't you just rather trade Debo and pay Aiyuk?
Yeah, but you can't. I would rather just keep them both, but you can't trade Debo, can you?
I don't know. Why can't you?
Well, Oh, I mean, like, actually, can you get somebody to give you something?
Oh, no, not the same we can for Aiyuk, I would imagine. That's no. So you're right.
Like what, he's got a big contract. He is, yeah, and you take a big cap hit. That's the other thing. You take a huge cap hit.
My buddy thinks Fatanu's playing center for the Steelers.
All right. Well, I mean, they like him more than your boy Jackson Powers Johnson.
Yeah.
Do you like Zach Frazier?
Yeah, he's good. I think Powers Johnson's better. Would the Niners go? Niners aren't going center, are they? Would they?
I mean, they could. Why not? You mean because they don't need it this year with Jake Brendel, or because you just think it's not value to take a center at 31? If I told you like he's just your center for the next 7 years.
So I've been on this for a little bit of time now. That I think in this draft, because we were talking a lot about centers, is that we saw that graphic earlier this week about the last 20 drafts, what positions signed a second contract with the team that drafted them, and of course it's a little bit skewed because like AJ Brown doesn't count for the Titans even though he went to like whatever. But centers were 11 of 12 that signed a second contract with the team that drafted them. Because
that's right, I saw that graphic.
Well, again, I made this point many times. Like if you draft that guy and he's good, he's there forever. You don't like let centers go. So, especially with the young quarterback,
yeah.
I think in this class with those guys, they're worth a first round pick
because you're taking the 5th best, 6th, 7th best tackle. But
yes, but you're also just taking Like I think the centers at this again. If we just throw positional value out of it, if it's like Jordan Morgan and Sumatia and Paul or like JPJ, I think will be a better pro than those guys, even though he doesn't play as premium of a position.
I mean, explain why. You and I talked about this before, and we don't have to keep it offensive lineman, but like, why is it so much? Is it just the physical, the physical requirements of playing tackle and even guard are just, you have to be longer, you have to be quicker than playing center? Is that why it's quote unquote easier to find a center?
What's easier to find?
Like you're in the middle, like in baseball, we like, catcher, shortstop, center fielder, pitcher, like the middle of the thing, snapping the ball, getting the protections right.
I'm trying to think of why it's easier to find one in the first round. Well, they're obviously scarce, right? They're not often drafted in the first round.
Who are you talking about? Centers?
Yeah, centers. I'm telling you, your question was like
because people think you can just get them later. Isn't that why they're not taken in the first round?
Yeah, like Creed Humphrey. They're like, I'll just get him later, and he'd be redrafted in the top 15, and they redrafted that year.
Right.
I'm trying to think of why. So I think because when you draft a center in the first round, you're basically saying this guy is so good, I'm going to throw out the idea of positional value, and because that guy's just so good, he just ends up being a good guy, if that makes sense, right? Like he overcomes that. So that's why I think it is.
But the reason it's easier in theory to find that guy is measurables, right? Is that correct? Like I think it's an obvious question, but the measurables on a tackle are just harder to find.
Yes,
right.
and like there's not many Joe Alts just like out there and Amarius Mims out there.
Sure.
Yeah.
But once the game starts, like Aaron Donald's on Chris Jones is out there. Is that just the guard's job? Yeah.
Well, Chris Jones just goes to wherever he wants now. That's the thing about Chris Jones. Some of these guys just go wherever they want.
Somebody says centers, a comment here. Centers have more value in Kyle's system. Would you buy that?
Yeah, he had Alex Mack on 3 teams.
So you're saying he really is specific when it comes to centers? I'm kind of into a center right now, Jeff.
Frazier probably fits what you guys want to do better than JPJ.
Why?
Probably just I think it's a better zone blocker. Like JPJ to me is a more. I mean, Oregon didn't do a lot of zones, so it's hard to give you he didn't do it as much. But he's more of like a kind of a vertical blocker, like a Lions type of center, like just like going up the field. We're mauling up the field. The Chiefs just up the field. Frazier to me fits more of the mold of a Shanahan center.
Okay. All right, everybody. We're targeting Zach Frazier at 31 over like who else? Anybody else you like? Doesn't have to be an offensive lineman. Where are you on Chop Robinson? You have a take?
I haven't done enough.
How about Cooper DeJean?
Cooper DeJean. I mean, we need him for our team, though. We need him in the NFL for our team.
Which team?
The all white. No, the all white. The all white.
He's white.
Yeah.
I don't see. I don't see colors. I didn't know he was white. Shane Gillis is going to have to update his comedy special if Cooper DeJean is a cornerback and not a safety.
I'm kind of sure the Dolphins just took.
Schultz has been the guy. Let's see. I didn't get my text on the Dolphins pick.
No, nothing yet. I think they have to go Graham Barton here.
Yeah. Why not go?
They need interior offensive line.
They need a corner?
Unless they go center.
Is Graham Barton tall?
Yeah, 6'5". I think 6'5".
Is that a problem?
They're taking Chop Robinson, Dolphins.
Yeah, is that would you be scared off of a 6'5" guard if your quarterback is Tua?
No. Okay, so it's good you mentioned that. The Saints are a great example of this. They had huge guards with Drew Brees because they want the pocket to remain very firm in the front. And when you block a certain way like that, Brees learns like where the throwing lanes are going to be. With smaller guys, typically they can get pushed back a little bit and it muddies the pocket. So you have these big, like they had Carl Nicks and Evans and these big old guards, Grubbs, and Max Unger, who played center, who was 6'5". These big guys in the middle in that Saints offensive line because they wanted their very firm pocket in the front, so Brees didn't feel anything in his lap.
Wow,
so I don't think that's a problem. But that offense, obviously, the Brees offense and the Tua offense are different offenses.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
that's good intel. All right, Eagles on the clock. I'm gonna guess they go Bama corner. It feels like a classic.
First corner they've ever taken in the first round, right? Howie Roseman.
They've not taken a corner in the first round.
No, it's like a huge thing, like a huge storyline this week.
How about the fact that the Rams pick? I know everyone knows this, but it's still a great stat. It's the first rounder of the Sean McVay era.
Oh yeah. I had some bad wagers tonight. Now I'm going through them, but my big wagers all hit, which I'm glad. I'm looking through the wagers right now. Like I Graham Barton to go early.
Do you like? Somebody said, I don't know. I don't want to put you on the spot if you haven't. Jalen Moore is going to be a star. Comment here. Niners left guard. You got to take on Jalen Moore.
I don't have a take on him right now as far as like being a star. The goal of any offensive line now in the NFL, and I think it holds true, and it just makes a lot of sense, is the goal is not to have, look, 5 stars is obviously great, but it's to raise your floor, right? It's to raise, it's like you of course having 5 Trent Williams is great, but you need to have just 5. If you have 5 average guys, is almost better than having Trent Williams and 4 bums. You know what I mean? Like you need to raise the ceiling a little bit. So being a superstar is great and all, great, but like you need average. You guys can block Chris Jones in the Super Bowl. You know, like I know that's, well, I mean that's easier said than done, but like you need to have those guys rather than just all pros everywhere.
Yeah. I got you.
The Dolphins had to go edge rusher, right? I mean, they had those 4 injuries last year. Remember at the end of the season against the Chiefs? Yeah.
That's right. I think Philly goes corner, and then Jacksonville. God, Brian Thomas still on the board. Wait, who did we say the Dolphins picked? Did we say the Dolphins picked?
Chop Robinson.
Oh, okay. Great. The thing on it, people think he's like a combine star,
I mean, the medical thing might be real. I don't know. You might go to the Chiefs at 32. They don't care. They've over the years of actually. It's funny. The Chiefs actually really do care about that. They're actually. It's funny. We joke about some of the players they've taken in free agency and stuff, but taking flyers on. But
yeah,
in the draft and in free agency, they are huge sticklers about health. They will not take players in free agency that are injured. Like the Jawan Taylor signing, everyone's like, oh my God, it's a lot of money. It's like he plays every snap. Like they value that over signing someone who could be better but doesn't play every week. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean they traded D Ford at the right time.
This has always been that way. They've always valued that. I'd rather have a guy that can play over a guy that's maybe more talented but always hurt. Early in the draft. And then in free agency, of course, they're going to take 1-year flyers on guys like Kadarius Toney or whatever. That's not that big of an ask for them to do that. But core guys, they want you to have played a lot of college football and a lot of, and just be healthy there at that time.
Jacksonville was a team that everybody was targeting for an Aiyuk trade.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it was people just trying to desperately find a place to trade him.
Don't you think that teams will wait till after the first round and trade a first rounder next year?
But how could you do that if you're the Niners? You're trying to win a championship this year.
Well, because the other teams have the leverage on. They could just be like, we're not doing that.
Yeah, I don't think you want to trade them.
Oh, by that point,
agree.
you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you're not. To me, the only world in which they trade him is where they get immediate impact this year. They can pay him. He's got a 5th-year option. He's got to play.
The one wild card is Dallas at 24.
For who?
For
a trade?
Yeah.
Would you trade him to Dallas?
Well, if your goal is to get, you would just swap out Brian Thomas for him at 24.
Yeah, I guess.
Or would you try to take Guyton right now at 24? Because I know that they like Guyton. The Cowboys do, and Paul and Barton, by the way, they like all those guys.
Dallas, not the Niners.
I just know what Dallas is. I don't know what the Niners are thinking. I don't have one with the Niners.
So Dallas is going to get an offensive lineman here that they like.
I think so, unless they do the Jerry Jones thing and take Xavier Worthy or something. But they've actually stopped doing that.
Is Stevens in charge? I just don't think you can trade Aiyuk for.
In charge.
I mean, can you trade Aiyuk for? I like Brian Thomas when everyone wants him, and you have to get to 15 to get him. I don't like him as much when he's sitting there at 23. Oh, that's where they got Aiyuk.
I always find it interesting that some of these reporters learn about teams that want to trade up and stuff, and it's who's telling you that? The team is telling you that? Is someone else telling you that? I'm just curious. The GM is texting a reporter hey, we're looking to move up. I always wonder who they're getting that from. Can I tell you a pet peeve of mine during draft process?
Yeah,
this is going to be a very Jeff Schwarz thing, but I think it's fair. So there are colleagues in the media former players and people that talk about prospects that never say anything bad about anyone. I think that's ludicrous. Okay. Yeah. But Chase Daniel, I like Chase. I know Chase. He is one of those guys that just puts out videos of only the best of every quarterback, and they're going to be the best thing ever. All his videos are Michael Penix, greatest thing ever. Bo Nix is going to be the best quarterback of all time. And the thing about I just saw his Penix video. Nate Wiggins, first corner off the board. Wow.
Philly.
Yeah. Is he's only showing the Penix Texas game for his film.
Which was one of the greatest games ever played.
Yeah. What about the other 12 games that don't look anything like the Texas game? I understand that the point is to hype the guy up, But that's the game he left his body during that game. And if you get that in the NFL,
He was like a 73% passer that day.
He had a ball that went through a Texas player's hands and bounced up in the air. And what's funny, like at the end of that game too, if Quinn Ewers is accurate on the final play of the game and they score a touchdown to win, Texas does, do we talk about Penix in the same way? Probably not, because wins and losses carry too much value. But it's just funny how like we played another game the next week against a real defense and he was awful. So like, it's just funny how we just pick and choose.
I actually think if they lose that game, it's almost better for Penix because he goes out as like, he played a hell of a game and he never played the Michigan game. Well, he looked awful in the Michigan game. It was one of the worst games he's ever played.
It wasn't good.
Even as a pro Penix guy, which I am, after that Texas game, I both of us watched every Penix game. But I had to acknowledge that's the greatest game he's ever played. Everything worked.
Well, so here's the thing.
Like
right?
me through 9 holes. When it's like through 9, I'm 7 over. I'm like, oh. And then the back 9 is the Michigan game.
I've been there
every time.
But here's so like you can make the argument that it's a CJ Stroud, right? Is CJ Stroud going to be the Georgia game quarterback or the other 2 years he played? He's a Georgia quarterback, right? For those who recall, he played out of his mind against Georgia in the playoff. He would look like a different guy than the previous 21 games he played. And he ended up being, and that was like the biggest question in the draft was like, is he going to be that guy or the other guy we saw for so many weeks? Like Penix runs a 4.5, but he doesn't play like he runs a 4.5. Is he going to play like that in the NFL? I'm not saying you have to, but he's not overly mobile in the pocket. He doesn't, especially when he has to move his feet at all.
He moved in the Texas game a little bit.
Right. But then he didn't do it against Michigan though.
I know.
I don't know. It's one of those things where like he also played, and this is a positive for him, by the way. He played his best games against and in the biggest games, like the 2 Oregon games, he played well. The Texas game, he played well. Now Michigan, I think no one was playing well, so I don't think that was an indictment really on him per se. But like, yeah, like it was impressive.
The ASU game was bad, but I think he was sick that day.
I mean, they also didn't score an offensive touchdown. That's ridiculous. I mean, ASU allowed every team to score offensive touchdowns. Like that was my thing about the Joe Moore Award. I was talking to the guys about I'm like, are we sure we're giving it to a team that scored 0 offensive touchdowns in a game this season? Like, are we like considering that as a real thing?
How does that work? Do you guys collectively just agree, or is there a vote?
No, there's a vote. But so here's what happens with Joe Moore. It's a really great process. So there's like
Joe Moore for people who don't, is Jeff is on the committee.
Yes.
The top offensive line in college football.
Yes. It's the only award given to a position group. Like there's individual awards. So we'll start in August, and there's a core group of us. It's like 8 of us that are like this core, 8 to 10 of us. It's like this core group. And we'll start in August. We'll kind of just text each other. Okay, here's like the teams we're looking at to start the season. And then, every week, like we get assigned to regions. I was a Pac-12 guy. I imagine I'll be like the Big Ten guy now. My buddy Duke Manyweather was sort of like group of 5 cross-checker. Aaron Taylor and was sort of Midwest, and Cole Kublik was the South. And so we all just sort of watch, right, Guy? And then about halfway through the season, we have a long conference call. We talk about sort of the mid-season teams. And then we have another conference call to go down to the finalists, basically. And then another conference call. No, we mid-season, then we do semifinalists and finalists. And by that point, we choose our 3 or 4 teams. And those calls, like, my wife always gets angry. You're on a call for too long. I go, what do you want me to tell you? I'm on a call. It's just I'm on a call. They take a long time because we debate. Like, we go over. We have luckily we have numbers too. We all watch that's one thing too. Like, we watch the film, Guy. Like, we have access to the college all 22. You know this. Like, I've sent you clips before. Like, we watch all of it. So we cross check each other. So again, like, I don't have the South, but hey, Schwarz, can you watch LSU for me and watch, Duke for me in the ACC? Like, we all do this together and we come to a consensus. Then we vote on it. Now, by the time that call ends, the last call, we know who we're going to vote for, essentially. Most of us vote not the same guy, but like we know who's going to win by that vote. Like, by the end of that call this year, I knew Washington was probably going to win. Alabama 2 years, whatever, 3 years ago. Michigan
2 years ago.
Michigan the last 2 years. I thought Michigan would lose, though, to be fair, in the second year they won. I thought Georgia was going to win. I voted for Georgia. I have not always voted for the winner, by the way. So maybe I'm the outlier of this group. I thought Oregon should have won in 2019.
So you were the Pac-12 guy, and you didn't really love Washington offensive line.
No, I did. It was down to me. It was down to Washington, Oregon. Here's the way I look at those two offensive lines this past season. Oregon was more consistent. Washington had more wow plays. Like Washington, if you watch their film, there were plays they just mauled dudes. Oregon didn't really have that same explosiveness on film, and then it came down to the Pac-12 championship game, and Washington just played better. So that's how they won the award, basically.
Jags on the clock. Balky has a history of injured guys. He'll take some ACL risks, by the way. Something to keep in mind.
Wait, Philly took
Quinion Mitchell.
I thought it took Nate Wiggins. I thought that was on the screen. Oh, geez, well, I got that wrong. Quinion Mitchell makes sense. He's better than Wiggins. They showed Nate Wiggins on the screen. I was like, oh.
Gosh, you and I did a video a while ago, and you projected Jordan Morgan to the Niners at 31. But I got to tell you, you have talked me into Zach to a center at 31 instead.
I bet on Frazier to be a first-round pick, plus 300. We'll see.
Cowboys up next behind Jacksonville. Let's see. Here we go. Let me. How are we only at pick 23? Somebody at Ava said, how are we only pick 20? I don't know. It feels like it's moving. Are these 10 minutes between picks?
They're moving fast tonight.
Yeah, they are moving fast. Somebody, let's see here. Matthew, who owns the Pink Onion, great pizza, and other stuff. He said a stacked O-line with Purdy and Shanny would be a bloodbath for opposing defenses.
So it's funny, like I get a lot of inside information about offensive line, but I don't.
Brian Thomas to the Jags.
Okay. There you go. History of injured guys, right? But I don't share it a lot. And then when I do, people are like, they tell me I don't know what I'm talking about, blah, blah, blah. And then I end up being right. And no one ever comes back and says anything. Like I remember with Pittsburgh, I knew Dan Moore was going to start as a left tackle as a rookie. And I said he's going to start from the beginning. People, and they started from the beginning. And I was like, oh, I mean, I don't share every information I know. Let's share some of it. I'm pretty accurate in a lot of what I know. But it's funny the way the internet works, buddy. I'm curious what the Cowboys, what the Cowboys do here might dictate what the Niners are able to do.
Because you think they like the same people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that there was somebody a few weeks ago said something about the Niners needing to get ahead of Dallas for a player or two, for an offensive lineman. So maybe Dallas will go offensive line here. I wouldn't mind Dallas taking Jordan Morgan and clearing the path for the Niners not to.
I love that
take him.
Nick Wright is like just as a big Chiefs homer. It's the best.
I mean, what better? It's like
he said the Chargers take a great player at one of only two positions they already have a great player at. Broncos take Bo Nix at 12, and the Raiders take a tight end instead of the number one defensive player in the draft. It's also true. The Raiders should have taken a corner, but
well, they helped the Niners out because the Rams are trying to get him. Bowers.
Oh yeah, they've been wanting to get him. There's been no secret about that, right?
No, that's real. Somebody like that's a rumor and is real.
Okay, here. Can I ask you a draft question too? So we obviously cover college football. We were Pac-12 guys. We're moving to different conferences, but we still watch college football. Once we get like past the middle of tomorrow, I don't know a lot of the players. I watched them a little bit, but like it's hard as the older I get. I'm not like a draft expert. I study on the top like 50 players, 7,500 players.
Right.
I don't. Do you feel like less connected to the fourth through seven? Now you're covering the Niners, so you should have to pay. I don't cover a team, but I feel like less connected now to the back half of the draft. The older I get away from like college football.
Interesting. I wonder why that is. Like, I wonder if you'll feel that way next year when we're like all the COVID guys are out of college. Like this year, I thought the top, and I know that's not what you're saying, but I thought the top half of the draft was stacked with like all these. Penix had been around forever. Knicks had been around forever.
Yeah,
Daniels had been around forever.
Last year's will be the final year of the COVID guys.
Next year.
Yeah, like I saw a tweet from Jim Nagy, executive director of Senior Bowl, who said that like the number of draft eligible players next year is going to exceed the record by like 100.
Yeah.
He said they already have like, I think 29 guys at Oregon that are going to be evaluated for the draft.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I wonder if next year it'll feel different to you because there'll be all these guys who just have to enter the draft.
Maybe. But like, I don't know, like once I get past, the quarterbacks have been taken, the first round guys, again, I don't have time to, I'm not a draft guy. Like I have like the draft gurus, they spend all year doing that. I don't, I do other things.
Do you think Cam Rising will come out next year?
Cam Rising, you mean eighth year Cam Rising? Yeah.
I think he may enter the draft next year. Maybe. We'll see. Dallas on the clock. I don't know. I don't know. I hadn't thought about that. It feels the same to me. Back end of the draft feels the same to me as it has most years. Actually, and this is supposed to be to your point though, I do think this is supposed to be a particularly weak, like 5th, 6th, 7th round, more than usual, maybe even the 4th. John Lynch said they have 175 draftable players graded.
I'm gonna have to draft some people that don't.
There's 250 something picks in the draft this year.
Yeah, I don't think every year people have 250 draft grades, but yeah, this year feels
What pick number were you?
241.
Oh, okay.
Baller.
I asked because I a while ago I looked, including this year, so the last 31 years. Only twice has the draft gotten as far as the 262nd pick, which is where Brock was drafted.
No, this is like the one. Yeah, this is the. I think you tweet that out, right? Like it never happens. Yeah.
All right, come on, Dallas. What's your prediction here on Dallas? Best
Graham
offense.
Barton.
Okay, that's a good. That'd be a solid pick for them.
I think. I'm curious what they're going to do.
That'd be a good pick. They've never shied away. I mean, they do shiny things.
If not, the Packers will take them.
25. Ooh. I'd rather Dallas make a good pick than Green Bay make a good pick. Who's going to win more games next year, Green Bay or Dallas?
Ooh. Green Bay?
People are going to be really high in Green Bay next year.
I know they'll be too high. That's a problem.
I know. What's their over/under? What's their win total? Vegas win total for last year. They won 9. I bet that number is going to be like
9.5.
You think it's going to be 9.5?
Let me see. I'm going to have to post them. NFL win.
I'm going to guess it's.
They're already posted. They might change after tonight, obviously, but like
I'm going to guess it's like at least 10.5.
Let me see here. 9.5.
All right, you nailed it. Well, everyone's going to bet the over. I mentioned this earlier, but Niners schedule, obviously I'm just throwing a lot of Niners stuff at you, but Niners schedule this year is Bears, Cowboys, Lions, Chiefs, Pats, Jets, road games, Bills, Packers, Dolphins, Vikings, Bucks.
Look at young quarterbacks though.
Yeah. I mean, is JJ McCarthy going to be, they may get Sam Darnold in that game. Is JJ McCarthy going to take starts away from Sam Darnold this year?
I mean, ideally, I would say yes, probably.
I don't think, I'm not the big JJ McCarthy guy. I don't know about you. 24 Cowboys on the clock, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29.
Oh, it's
30.
It's almost my bedtime, buddy. I don't know if I'll make it. I probably won't make it to the Niners pick.
Oh, no, I have no expectation.
No. I wasn't going to stay, but I'm saying I don't even know if I'm going to make it to the Chiefs pick, Niners pick. I have no idea.
Here's what I know about the Chiefs.
Oh, the Cowboys traded down.
With?
I don't know. It says here the Cowboys are trading down from 24. I don't know with who.
They wouldn't trade with the Niners, would they? I don't think the Niners would
Lions
trade
are
up.
coming up. They want to. I bet the Lions might take Graham Barton here.
Interesting.
Here's what I'm actually shocked. They get. Here's what the. Oh, it's interesting here. Let's see
what they got. It is the Lions.
Unless they want to go. They don't want a wide receiver, do they?
Detroit. God, Detroit doesn't have that many picks. I wonder what they gave them. Their third. What would they have given them?
They said right here. They gave him one guy to follow, by the way, Aaron Wilson _ NFL. So he said they gave him a third.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. I can't read this. He didn't do this very well.
Just give me the numbers. I can tell you what round it is.
No, but he did. It's not a good tweet. It's just like
it
looks like it's like copy and pasted. It didn't copy and paste right.
So you think they're going? Somebody said corner. We're late on this pick. Yeah, I'm usually ahead on these picks, but interesting. Oh, Terry and Arnold, Alabama.
Oh God, Warren Sharp did not use a comma on that tweet. He said "all in my ass" and didn't do the comma like Skip Bayless did. Oh boy. Oh no.
I don't think you need to take Jerry Jones's press conferences as like the gospel. Oh wow. Sometimes the comments know stuff. All right. So that means Green Bay's up. Yeah, Jeff, you're free to
I keep doing the wrong prediction for. Okay, here you go. You ready? Yeah. The Cowboys got 29-73 and gave up 24 and a 2025 7th round pick. They got a 3rd round pick.
Yeah, they got 29-73. Yeah, that makes sense. That lines up. That is, I don't know if you pay attention to it, but that is like basically ideal on the draft value chart. Actually, I mean, it's a little more.
I don't. Which one are you doing? The new one, the Jimmy Johnson? There's many different ones.
This is. I'm actually using the old one.
The Jimmy Johnson.
The Jimmy Johnson, but they overpaid a lot. They just didn't. They don't have a 4th is the problem, and a 5th would not have been enough. Detroit. Cooper's fallen.
To Gene.
You know where he'd be sweet is Baltimore.
Oh, great, yeah. I don't think they need him though.
I know, but did you watch that video of Micah Parsons and CJ Stroud?
I'm not the biggest Parsons fan.
You think he's a little much?
I just think like some guys, just I don't know. Not everyone should have a podcast. I don't know.
What about two podcasts?
He has 2?
No, you do.
Oh, I mean, it's certainly fair. I'm gonna get paid for one of them too. That's the impressive part. Yeah, that's a good comeback. No, I don't know. I just find him a little bit. It's just grinding a little bit. It's just like, obviously, look, I'm an offensive lineman. He's a defensive guy. Some of the stuff he says about the game, I just disagree with. I don't know. It's a lot.
You think he gets the game that he's playing? Is that what I think is kind of what you're saying? Like he's kind of playing people. Is that what you're saying?
No, I think he believes some of the stuff. I think he believes it.
The first year I covered I got hired in the end of 2013 season to move to the Bay Area and do the Oakland A's pre and post game show. And I've been around baseball a lot. I've been calling minor league baseball games. But one thing I learned really quickly that first year when I was in the A's clubhouse every day, Jeff, was that it took me a while to figure it out. But sometimes the guy who is the most willing to talk to, like every day he's willing to talk to the media. The media's like, oh, this guy's a stand-up guy. He's willing to talk. He's transparent. Is not necessarily the guy that everyone loves in the clubhouse. Sometimes the guy that's actually kind of the better teammate is the guy that isn't available every day to talk.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it took me a while to figure that out that year. Not a while, but it's like it was a lesson I learned that year. Is the guy that feels like he's the most accessible is actually not the guy that like his teammates think speak for him, even though people start to think that guy speaks for the team. But his teammates actually don't look at him that way.
Well, sometimes because like we don't want to do the media stuff, we just let that person do the media stuff.
Because they kind of get off on it. Yeah.
Ooh,
all right. Well, since you're yawning is great content, you are free to go.
Are you? I'm just being a real person. I just have a real. I don't have my mute button here. I don't have it connected.
You can
to
stay
this.
As long as
are you? Well, Colorado spring game. How are we feeling?
Good. I got a 5:30 a.m. flight. Land at 9. Practice is at 10. So I won't catch the beginning of practice, but I'll get to Boulder and talk to Coach Prime after. Somebody asked earlier, you can weigh in on this. Will Shedeur Sanders be a top 5 pick next year?
I haven't seen the rest of the draft. I have no idea. But quarterback, but as a quarterback, I mean, it's Quinn Ewers, it's him, it's who else? Carson Beck, maybe.
Cam Ward.
I don't see Cam Ward as a top 5.
How about do you like Jalen Daniels from
I don't see him as a top
Kansas?
I don't see him as a top 5 pick, no.
Yeah, I don't think there's great quarterbacks.
I mean, Cam Ward is going to be like the guy who goes higher than we think because of his athletic traits.
Jalen Milroe.
No.
Oh, Riley Leonard went to Notre Dame.
Yeah. Dylan Gabriel.
Dylan Gabriel. Oregon quarterback Dylan Gabriel.
There we go.
Dylan Gabriel went UCF.
Oklahoma.
Where'd he go from UCF?
Oklahoma.
Wrong. He went to UCLA for a few days.
Oh, sure. Fair.
Then he went to Oklahoma.
Yes.
Now he's at Oregon.
Are they doing a spring game or a practice?
They're doing a game.
Are they tackling?
Yeah, they're doing a game.
Good.
So I feel like 20,000 people there.
The weather's supposed to be rough, though, right?
49 degrees and rainy. So I guess you could bet the under on the spring game. So people are saying Jordan Morgan to the Packers.
Oh, okay.
That's what a comment in the stream is saying. Zach says, seriously, Habes, put Schwartzy to bed. It is 11:06 p.m. in the East.
I got kids. I got stuff. My son.
The chat is kicking you out.
My son had a baseball game tonight. I had to watch that. They won, dude. So like Little League baseball is fun. It's not it is what it is. Like I like to enjoy it. But tonight they were up 19-2, and then the other team scored 5 runs in the last. It was 19-7. Like the game thankfully ended.
Yeah,
19-1.
But that's like a 90-minute game, no matter what, right?
It's it's an hour and 45 minutes is what
that's a long game.
Yeah.
Baseball game, major league games are back to like 2.5.
The Giants played one last week that was like 220.
Somebody else played one last week that was like under 2, I think.
The Giants
Jeff's a big San Francisco Giants fan.
The Giants are just exactly what I thought they'd be, just the most average, boring team of all time. It's tough to root. I have this strong take about sports where like you either want to be bad and you give your fan base hope you'll be good one day, or like be good. The middle's the worst.
Oh, no question.
Like I'm like watching Giants games like, oh well, all right. I mean, cool. We'll be 81-81 this year. Great. Awesome. With no like with Bailey's good and Logan Webb and like Hicks is pitching great, but like where's the future at? Like, cool. We have a bunch of dudes we signed up for agency.
Yeah, I mean, Snell's hurt. And Chapman is Chapman. Like this is
Snell
Chapman.
Snell hasn't been good anyways.
Well, he had an ERA under 12. And Chapman is Chapman, right? Like Chapman's probably not a cleanup hitter on a championship.
Lee is fun.
Yeah.
Right? Like he's fun. Yeah. But again, like on a winning team, he's your 4th best hitter, like 5th best hitter. So it's just like
It's the same in football, Jeff. Either win the Super Bowl or have the third pick. Otherwise, the draft is us waiting around for you.
But
to
I
take
like
31.
baseball, so like I like watching. I
love
watching
baseball
it.
too.
So like especially when yesterday they had a day game. They lost obviously, but 3:45 Eastern, man, count me in, buddy.
Well, that's why I have MLB package, just because I just love 4 o'clock. If I'm wrapping up some work, I can just throw on a Yankee game.
Yeah, it's great. All right,
comment.
buddy.
All right, there you go. Hold on, before you go, last thing for you. Make a prediction. Is Brandon Aiyuk getting traded?
No, I'll tell you what. He's not getting traded for a pick tonight.
But you think he might get traded tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I think teams will call now and be like, we'll give you next year's first round pick. But I don't think the Niners do that.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, unless the Chiefs call, hey buddy, you know wide receiver.
All I know, the Chiefs are just here's last thing, and then you leave. Everything, it's like this every time. If the Niners take a receiver at 31, it's like I don't would pick them apart. The Chiefs take a receiver, it's like, oh my God, this guy's gonna be a star. Which situations do matter, but whoever the Chiefs, it feels like the Chiefs are just gonna take a receiver and he's gonna be sweet. How do they not? Don't they have to take a receiver?
They have to.
Rashee Rice going to be available, or?
Can I tell you one last thing? I just saw this.
Yeah.
Nick Saban on ABC about Toledo cornerback Quinyon Mitchell. Quote, he was our number one guy in the portal last year to try to get him to come out of the portal. He would never get in the portal.
Oh, wow.
Just open tampering.
Just open tampering. Well, I saw Coach Prime said this week, he's like, somebody asked him, his daughter was on the Colorado basketball team.
Yeah, she left. Yeah.
She went in the portal.
Right.
And they asked him, like, what do you think about your daughter going in the portal? And he goes, stupid decision.
Yeah.
They're like, what? He said, you don't jump in the portal without knowing where you're going to go. Like, I'm sorry. People don't want to hear that, but it's true. You got to have a plan when you get in the portal.
I have a weird relationship with how I feel about Dion. Like I like a lot of what he says and how he talks to his team and his leadership and some of the things he says. I don't like his recruiting style. But he's also,
at this point, it's the same as everybody else's.
Minus any of the high school players he doesn't sign. But nonetheless, it's funny that he sort of acts like they're above the tampering stuff, and they like, you guys do it too. Everyone, he just admitted you do it, but he always talks about how like
he doesn't. I haven't gotten that impression. I think he's like, hey, everyone is out here doing the same thing. Okay, last thing, because somebody just said they think Barton's going to the Bucks. I don't know if that's true or not.
That makes sense for them.
Give me like I can't do it. I want like some clips. Jeff Schwarz on, a few Niners picks, but we'll do that another day. Tell you what, if the Niners take an offensive lineman in the morning, will you just send me a video that I'll put on the YouTube channel?
Okay, sure. You got it.
All right. Good.
Bye, guys.
Dude. There goes Jeff Schwarz. Check him out. Jeff Schwarz is Smarter Than You and Bear Bats. Those were his two podcasts. Appreciate him jumping in, even though he insists on talking about the Lakers and the Giants. But those are his teams, the San Francisco Giants, Jordan Morgan. All right. I feel like we are way ahead. We are getting Kool-Aid. Corner? You want to go corner? Let me pull this draft back up. You know what I'm going to do here? Let's see. Cardinals are on the clock. So I'm about now, I'd say I'm about 55 ounces of liquid in. The cold water feels good. You know who else liked cold water? Pavarotti. Pavarotti did not like air conditioning, but he loved cold air. Pavarotti would run. Never thought this is the story I heard. He would run from the car to the performance hall if it was cold out, because he didn't want cold air in his. He didn't want cold air. Didn't want cold air conditioning. Thought it was bad for the pipes, but he liked cold water. Anyway, Justin says, I think the Niners trade out. Okay, it's just about time for me to use the restroom again because I'm liquidating. So I'm going to take a quick break. Now, if you were here earlier, you saw that earlier today, I recorded a commercial. Not a commercial, just a little bit of thing so I could take little breaks. It was 6 minutes long. I didn't play the whole thing before. So I'm going to play the rest of it now. And hopefully remember to edit this out of the pod feed. I look so much younger then. Yeah. I'm not going to miss the Niner pick. I'm not missing the Niner pick. I'll be right back. But in the meantime, let me keep you company. I don't know if this one's long enough. Well, this will have to be quick. All right. I don't know when he's coming back. Good draft tonight. Now, I might be gone longer than this video. Probably not. I'm sure I'll be back any second. I may not even get to this point of the video, but I'm going to freeze so that you'll just see this image. If I'm still not back, but I'm sure I'm back. I guess it's a staring contest. Did I just kind of blink? I was about to say I'm not anywhere near blinking. Okay. Did I just kind of blink? I was about to say all right. Thanks, dumbass, for that. We're doing stuff. All right, pick is in. Bucks have picked. If you missed the earlier stuff, I'm flying tomorrow, so I gotta hydrate. Gotta hydrate. Just catching up here. Make sure we didn't miss anything. What did Dallas is at 29. Somebody did say, I mentioned this earlier to Schwarz, Niners want to be ahead of Dallas. Would the Niners move up? Would the Niners move up? Oh, interesting. Diana Rossini, I didn't see this said earlier. Texans don't have a first round pick, have been trying to work the phones to get back into the first round. See, I came back and I had to catch up on all the chat. For those of you listening, all the bullshit from the chat, making stuff up. Talking about trades. Darius Robinson, Missouri. Some people had mocked him to the Niners. Defensive lineman. That's the Cardinals pick at 27. So now Buffalo is on the clock. Okay. Buffalo, Dallas, Ravens, Niners, Chiefs. LOL guy, did you wash your hands? Yes. No way Cooper makes it past Baltimore. That's what I told Schwarz, but Schwarz thought that was crazy. Graham Barton went to Duke. Did we? Went to the Bucs. Did we say that? I mean, right now, the Niners are going to have their shot at. Let's assess this real quick here. Either they're going to probably both of the centers, if you want that. Schwartz kind of made me want Frazier. DeJean, Kool-Aid, Newton, the defensive tackle from Illinois, A.D. Mitchell, Tyler Guyton still on the board. Everybody kind of guessed Graham Barton would not quite make it to the Niners. Would they go the corner from Clemson, Nate Wiggins? I'm just saying it right now. I am good with a center. I'm good with that. That's the guy that Schwartz said that he fits the Niners better than Jackson Powers Johnson. I'd be good with that. Let's see. McConkey, I guess. That one feels like. X-Worthy. Adonai. Mitchell. Well, there's, I'll tell you just right now, at times it felt like there's not going to be anybody there. At times it felt like somebody there. At this moment in time, it feels like there's going to be a good player available. I'm into this now. Darius Robinson. Okay. Bills on the clock. Buffalo. They could go receiver. Feels like a good spot for a corner. I don't know about Kool-Aid. I love the idea of Kool-Aid more than maybe we love Kool-Aid. Yeah, this is Colton says this draft is shaped up pretty fair for the Niners. Did the Titans come back in? No. Top of the second round is Carolina. I forgot they existed. New England, Arizona, Washington, Chargers, Tennessee at 38. I would not trade out. I know there are people in this chat saying trade out, trade back, trade out, trade back, or that they're going to do it. What? I mean, do you need more picks? Sure. If you trade back, so you see Niners at 31, let's just say somebody said, Tennessee. So let's say they went back to 38. Okay. To go from 31 to 38, you'd probably get you'd probably want another second. I guess you could get a second next year. Who has 2 seconds? Well, we know Washington has 2 seconds. Tennessee does not. And they don't have a third. So if you're trading back with Tennessee to 38, just that somebody asked about Tennessee, you'd be trading for a 2 next year. No thanks. You need good players. You need you need a second rounder who's developed to help you next year. Trade. Kansas City. Oh shit. They're going up to get a receiver, aren't they? What are the Chiefs doing? Is that what happened? You guys getting that? Hey, if you're here right now, hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Appreciate that very much. I reacted to the Chiefs there. Maybe they're going corner. They would actually, that makes sense. They have no receivers right now. It's like all these receivers, you don't love them until the Chiefs take them. And you're like, oh, well, kind of like that guy. All right, Rap Sheets reporting. Enough of you were saying it that I'll believe you. So Buffalo did a deal with Kansas City? Okay. Chiefs are on the clock. Corner or receiver here. Snead's gone. Corner or receiver. I mean, they could go corner if they want. Like, they won a Super Bowl because of corner, right? They won a Super Bowl because of their cornerbacks. And, I mean, they could look at it like, we'll just get a receiver somewhere else. Or we'll get Rashee Rice out of Rashee's not going to jail, so whatever. I mean, he's not going to jail. Nobody was hurt, really, I don't think. I'm not dismissing it. I just mean, like, in that situation, I don't think that guy goes to jail. So they're going to go get Xavier Worthy, and it's just Buffalo. I mean, I do understand the school of thought, like, we just do what's best for our team. But what are you doing? What are you doing? Helping the Chiefs. I mean, they got to go corner. Corner or receiver. Buffalo, what are you doing? Did you guys not get the memo? Here's the thing with Buffalo. Buffalo may not get to a Super Bowl now that Harbaugh's around. But honestly, that pisses me off. Get out of here. Pack it in. God. Are you guys aware of what? Oh, you guys want to? We got somebody on the phone that want to come up and get a receiver. Oh, who is it? Andy something? Oh. Now, that said, if the Niners aren't going to take a receiver, if they weren't going to do it anyway, not the worst thing in the world. You could argue. We've seen the Chiefs with Tyreek. It doesn't get any better than that. And, they won the championship without any good receivers. So who cares? Let them go get a receiver. Better than them getting a corner. People are guessing Cooper. Let's see. I got to go. I should have had a tab that's just Jordan Schultz. Is Jordan Schultz still firing out? It is. Patrick Mahomes has tweeted a running emoji. It is not the worst thing, Xavier Worthy. All right. 4.21 at the combine. Sweet. Okay. I mean, you could look. I'm choosing to look at this like they just won the championship. They got Mahomes. They're hard to beat on offense. The thing that made them special last year. Oh, somebody texted me Worthy 3 minutes ago. Well, shit. Sorry, guys. We could have beat Schultz on that one and Breer on that one too. Okay. Well, Dallas might take somebody the Niners like here. Let's see. How many gold helmet guys Niners have left? I'm going to guess. Let's see. Who am I? I'm going to look at this draft real quick and guess who the Niners gold helmet guys were. I bet Joe Alt was a gold helmet guy. I'd guess Malik Neighbors was a gold helmet guy. Penix. It'd be weird, but I'd guess Fuanga was a gold helmet guy. Would they give a gold helmet to Latu injury history? But he'd be a gold helmet guy, I think. That's 5. So yeah, there's gold helmet guys. The Niners have gold helmet guys left. Feels like maybe Dallas goes Guyton. Bowers, the Niners have a gold helmet on Bowers. I don't know. He's not a blocker. So people are saying they had a gold helmet on Bowers. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about that. I mean, it's got to be like complete package. Bowers, you could convince me because he's from Napa. Sure, I would buy that. But if you had John Lynch right here and said, all right, guess, you got to guess all his gold helmet guys. Just for fun, I would say no gold helmet on Bowers for the Niners. It's not their best players. It's like, Braden Willis, just like they love the guy. Like Latu, I think they would have loved, but they weren't going to get him. I bet they love a couple of these centers. I don't know. Maybe Barton. But somebody asked at this point, and this is great because you hold me to this in 5 picks. I want Frazier. I like Powers Johnson, but I went to Jeff Schwarz, who loves Jackson Powers Johnson, Oregon guy. He loves him. He's friends with him. And he said the Niners, he said Frazier's a better fit for the Niners scheme. So I'll go with G Schwartz on that. The only if the Niners take a receiver, then this Kansas City pick and that Buffalo trade will piss me off. But if not, yeah, is it Guyton? That was the guess. That's the guess here, which it may already be out. I don't know. I'm trying not to. I start reading Twitter and all of a sudden I'm just dead air here. But everyone's telling me it's Guyton, so maybe somebody reported it. Cowboys, then the Ravens, then the Niners. Do not trade back. Do not trade back. Scruffy D says, X-Worthy known for drops. This is going to be funny as hell. Tim Seitz says Sione Vaki might be a gold helmet guy. Yeah, that's a good call. Sione Vaki. Utah ran out of running backs last year. They put him at running back. He had a 100-yard game. So, yes. McCaffrey. They could have gold helmet guys in the 6th round. I mean, Purdy might have been it. Vaki torched Cal. Well. All right. There's a lot of guys we've talked about that are going to be here for the Niners. A ton of guys. Kivitz was a gold helmet guy. Okay. I mean, kind of saved him, didn't he? He kind of saved McKivitz gets a lot of shit. He did save their asses when their first round tackle left as a free agent because they were fine with him leaving. He saved them. So I know a lot of people, if you're looking, if you're looking for someone to bash Colton McKivitz, I'm not the person. Somebody said, I just got a text. Did you guys see this on TV? John Lynch was, so He said, not exactly right after the Worthy pick, but shortly after the Worthy pick in the Niners war room, John Lynch was seen laughing. I doubt he would laugh at that. Maybe he was laughing at the Bills. James, $2 on a super chat says, McKivitz penalties last year, 2, Trent 9. All right, Ravens. DeJean was my pick for them. Here we go. Don't trade out. Cheeks Here's a comment from Cheeks O'Farty. Well, real name on the internet, as I like to say. Illegal stream I was watching took a dump, so it's up to you. What is this? Is this thing not on free television? Isn't there an ABC feed here? All right, Guyton to Dallas. Good for them. I mean, they traded back. They got a tackle. Fine. Here we go. The way this thing is going, like when the team before you is on the clock is really when you're kind of on the clock. Let's go, Zach Frazier. Who you guys want? Kool-Aid? You want a corner? This is the moment we've all been waiting for, people. Somebody said, I didn't see this. James said someone in Guyton's group is decked out in Niners gear. Maybe the Niners. You can't go Rosengarten in the first round, can you? Jerzon Newton. All right. Ravens pick is in. Niners are on the clock. I can't believe I'm going to put this whole thing up on the podcast feed, but I'm going to do it. Why not? Just click on it. Don't even. Stream is filling up here. Hey, welcome. If you're here on YouTube, hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Appreciate you very much. Who do you want? Baltimore. Baltimore going to go corner. I would not go Xavier Leggett here. I would not go Ladd McConkey here. I'd be entertained by both of those. Don't get me wrong. A.D. Mitchell. Ravens are going Wiggins. Nate Wiggins, corner off the board. I don't think they're going DeJean. I could see him going Newton or just defensive tackle. But at this point, I'm just going through here. Chris Jenkins. Brandon Aiyuk has not been traded, people. If they take a receiver here, does that mean he's getting traded tomorrow? If they take a receiver here, everyone's going to talk tonight about how he might get traded tomorrow. All right, I would like DeJean. A defensive tackle I'd be okay with. I would not take Suamataya from BYU. Jeff Schwarz came on earlier like a few weeks ago and said, don't do that. Too much development. Let's see. Who's going to break this pick? Go center. I've never wanted a center more. Don't get me wrong. Receiver would entertain the hell out of me. I don't think they're going like guard. I think it's the only offensive lineman. Well, I shouldn't say only. Let's see. I'm waiting for this news to break. Where are we at? Where's my board? Let's go. I would not hate corner. There's a lot of stuff I wouldn't hate. I could be convinced. Zach Frazier is still on the board. Sanjay in the chat just killing everybody's buzz with trade back, please. Where is first defensive player was not taken until what, 14, 15 today? Latu, 15. Let's go. Somebody leaked the pick. I'm going to go back to Jordan Schultz's feed. Why did you, what? I mean, I got a text from someone who has all the picks ahead of time. They just texted me, wait. Well, yeah, I'm waiting. I'm going to chat. Do not mess with me on this one, chat. If you see it first, put it up, but don't mess with me. Wait, what? What wait? People are guessing, a lot of guessing. Here we go. I got bubbles. Haven't made the pick yet. Okay, they have not made the pick yet. 4:45 on the clock as I'm looking at it. And the person who has access to the line is telling me they haven't made the pick yet. This is as thrilling as when the Niners took Trey Lance. No, not really. Stop saying Nate Wiggins. He already got drafted. Are they gonna trade back? Is that why this is taking so long? Lynch is on the phone. On the phone with who? On the phone with another team or on the phone with a player? You're not getting 2 seconds to trade back here. Not those 2 seconds. That's too much. Oh, no. If Sanjay from the chat who said trade back is right, I'm going to be pissed. Maybe they are talking. Who's talking? That's my source here. The person who's got access to everything. Maybe I'll do a trade with the Chiefs. I got 3:25 on the clock here and counting. Where would the Niners go? I'm telling you, like people say, they're calling now. Picks calling in. Here we go. Let's see. Am I going to get this pick? Am I going to get it first? Okay. Come on. Who's the pick? I want to beat the chat to it because the chat is looking at Breer and all right, here we go. I got bubbles. Lynch on the phone. Lynch on the phone. Lynch on the phone. Oh my God, I got no bubbles. Come on, bro. Come on. I got 2 minutes left. We got 2 minutes. Hey, guy. What is taking so long? I mean, Silver said DeJean. Is that true? I told you, do it. I will ban you from the chat. I will ban you if that's incorrect. I can't follow everybody. Silver said premature on DeJean. All right, you're not getting banned. Silver's getting banned. Silver apologized. What the Ricky? Ricky Pearsall? The Niners taking Ricky Pearsall? Someone just texted me Ricky Pearsall. Does anybody have that yet? Or am I breaking that? No way. Trading out? So I got a text that says Ricky Pearsall. Wide receiver, Florida. Was an ASU guy. Did I beat Silver to it? Ricky Pearsall, I told go watch the tape. I told let's see. Have we seen this anywhere? Now who is it? Does that mean if they take Ricky Pearsall? Oh, I think I was first. I'm going to say that I was first. Does that mean goodbye, Aiyuk? That is going to make people think all night long. You know, he's another ASU guy, went to Florida, and let me see. He's athletic, man. This is going to fuel the fire. Aiyuk, wow. I don't think this means he's getting traded. Let me say that first. I told you earlier I wouldn't hate a receiver. I don't hate a receiver, but I know people are going to hate this pick because he's not a guy anybody's been talking about here. I actually think there was one mock draft that had Ricky. I could swear I saw one mock draft that had Ricky Pearsall here, but I could be wrong about that. You know, Dane Brugler had Ricky Pearsall ahead of Xavier Worthy. I'm asking some people. Debo gone. Debo's not gone. I don't hate the pick. People, I'm telling you right now, I kind of like the pick. I know Kyle whiffed on Dante Pettis a few years ago. I know they've whiffed later round receivers. They've also hit on later round receivers. But I checked the tape. This is not me just saying it because they took him. I said to Larry Krueger early in the week that I like Ricky Pearsall. He will turn 24 years old this year. Richard Ricky Pearsall Jr. He's old, right? He played 5 years of college football. He led Florida in receiving this year. He led Florida in receiving the year before. He's an athletic player. He's productive. I just got a text from a guy in another NFL front office who said, this is what somebody from an NFL in a draft room today said, I didn't think he was a first rounder, but he will be great in the offense. Well, he may not have been a first rounder in terms of but the Niners weren't going to move back. I like the pick, guys. And I'm not just saying that now. He's tough. He's versatile. He's athletic. He can return punts. He's experienced. He produced in the SEC. I think there's a lot to like here. I liked him beforehand, and I like him after. I think it's going to work. Now, does this mean Aiyuk is gone? I don't think so. They have to prepare for post-Aiyuk potentially. They also have to prepare for post-Debo. They have to prepare for post Juwan Jennings potentially, although some people say, well, maybe you keep Jennings. They have to prepare for all those things. I think what's interesting about taking a receiver here is I don't know how many targets. How many targets does this guy get? Well, if Aiyuk gets traded, a lot. If he doesn't get traded, Juwan Jennings, who was a very clutch receiver for the 49ers last year, caught like 20 balls. Oh, does that mean that somebody gets less. Yeah, if you told me McCaffrey doesn't catch 83 balls, I'd be okay with that. A little less from McCaffrey's fine. But is this a semi, I don't want to say red shirt, but kind of a semi-red shirt? Or is it an Aiyuk replacement? Fascinating. Last year, Juwan Jennings got 33 targets, right? And I say that to say the number 4 receiver in this offense just doesn't get a lot of targets. But here's what we've seen, and this is where I think Ricky Pearsall would be good. And it's why, like, I brought up Brendan Rice and I've brought up Luke McCaffrey in the same context. If you're going to be a receiver with Aiyuk, Debo, Jennings, Kittle, McCaffrey, Juice, you have to be able to be a precise route runner. You have to be able to contribute on special teams. You have to be able to be ready, meaning you have good hands and you are where you're supposed to be when you do run a route. Kind of the Chris Conley. This is where Danny Gray struggled, that he was not always ready to go. And a couple of times they would they'd throw him the ball, they'd put him out there, and he was not ready to roll. He wasn't ready to do it. Couldn't handle it. So you have to be able to be ready to roll with a very you got to be ready with limited opportunities. And I think the thing with Pearsall, like I said, is he'll play special teams, he'll return punts. If he's not an Aiyuk replacement, that's fine. He will be. You throw him 2 balls a game, maybe he'll be ready for it. He will be ready. Somebody said, "Oh my God, the one-handed catch." Yeah, he's athletic. He's athletic. Somebody said they panicked. You know, it's interesting. This was not a situation. I know this because I know I was getting updates. This was not a situation where the Niners had the pick 5 minutes ago and they let it drain out. They did not put that call in. So it's definitely possible the Niners were trying to move back. It's possible they were trying to figure out, like, are we going to have an Aiyuk trade in place tomorrow? That's possible. Wow. You know, I this makes me very excited about camp for the Niners, going to training camp. Watching the receivers is really easy. You get to watch them next to other elite guys. You get to see what they look like. I hope this does not mean Aiyuk is gone. I don't think it necessarily does. Let me... Yeah. I think they were trying to... So I think the Niners were trying to trade back, and that's why this took so long. But didn't happen. They took a guy. I think he's a good player. So let me send a couple texts here, people, real quick. Message. What time is it? It's almost midnight. Can I send a "Hey, you up?" ? Text to a person I don't know? I probably shouldn't do that. Or should I? A West Coast guy. You know what? Actually, let me send this other text. Let me send a text to a different person. I was about to send a... Here we go. Buffalo was able to trade back with Carolina. Sorry, guys. I started ignoring the 30-second pick. So what's Carolina doing here? Oh, Xavier Leggett. How about that? Sorry, I got that caught up in this move. Carolina drafted Xavier Leggett. I know people really wanted him. Eric says, Julian Edelman light? No, more athletic. I love Edelman, but Ricky Pearsall, more athletic. Gonna need us to trade back up for JPJ in Oregon to get that center. All right, let's see. Actually, let me see if this guy's tweeting before I text him. All right, hold on a minute. All right, that's sent. I'll get some more. I'm just getting out some Ricky Pearsall stuff here. Yeah, go watch some. I'm going to get some Ricky Pearsall highlights here together for you guys. I don't think Debo doesn't make sense from a dead cap standpoint. Debo just doesn't make sense from a value standpoint. You're not getting a second round pick for him. I do think Kyle knows receivers. I know he's missed on some, but I do think he knows receivers. This guy was not on anyone's board. It's not true. I mean, I'm just looking here. Look, let me pull up. We can go to some big boards. We can pull up a few of them. Dan Brugler, I'm just looking at this one right now, has Ricky Pearsall ahead of Xavier Worthy and Xavier Leggett. But he also had Keon Coleman ahead of him. I like the pick, people. I'm fired up to go watch this guy. At 63, fine. At 32, are you joking, man? Mateo, they were trying to move back. The Niners, the reason that pick took so long was they were trying to move back. They couldn't, I think. Like, we'll find out. Maybe they won't tell us. But I think they were trying to move back and couldn't. So they just took a guy who they would have taken later. You know, which, by the way, does that mean they're not trading Aiyuk? Because presumably, if they were going to move back, because they didn't love a guy here, into the beginning of the second round, and they were going to trade Aiyuk, they could have just done that. I guess they still would have had to draft 31, so that doesn't make any sense, actually. Let me go back here. You guys will like this. Let me see. Real quick. I'm okay with this over Jean, by the way. So, I mean, yeah, Ricky was young. So Brandon Aiyuk and Ricky Pearsall were teammates at Arizona State with Jaden Daniels. Ricky was a true freshman, I think, because he only caught 7 balls that year. He later caught 48 balls. But I remember him at ASU. I covered him at ASU. He was a good player. How in the world is Ricky Pearsall preferable to having Cooper DeJean? For real, man. He was projected as the 40th best player in the draft, said Steve. Okay, and you took him at 31. Like, that happens. According to somebody. Here, answer this. Why draft this guy when you brought back Taylor? How many balls are you throwing at Trent Taylor? Like, none. You brought back Trent Taylor just in case. Why did he transfer? ASU was a mess at the time. He got a chance to go to the SEC in Florida, so he went. They wanted out of the round. They couldn't get out, so they took a guy. What a reach. Late second, third. Maybe he had a gold helmet. You guys would have loved Xavier Leggett, huh? You would have loved it. Mike Silver. What is today? Based on my conversation with other teams, the 49ers are now more likely to deal Debo than Aiyuk. Okay. I mocked somebody in the chat that just said it, but Silver, for a second. I mean, that would be something. In a sense, it makes sense. I guess you know what you could do? You would, if you were going to do this, let me think here for a second. So it's Debo. I mean, you could trade. Yeah, it's tough. Trading to save money on the cap, you got to trade Debo after June 1st. And if you were to trade Debo after June 1st, he'd be $6.6 million in dead cap. Okay, $6.6 million in dead cap if you were to trade Debo. But can you really wait till after June 1st to trade him? I guess you could and do it for a future pick, but you need help now to win a Super Bowl. If you trade him pre-June 1, then it's $21.7 million dead money on your cap this year. But, wow. Yeah, God. But here's the thing. If you then extend Aiyuk and reduce Aiyuk's number this year, you could take the hit. You could just take the hit this year. And that's what they would do. That's where they would create some space. They would extend Aiyuk after trading Debo, and they would just take the $21 million dead cap hit this year. Wow. Very interesting from Silver. Take the financial aspect out of it, right? And it does just fundamentally make sense to keep Aiyuk over Debo based on age, right? Aiyuk is about to hit his athletic prime. I've said many times, I think that Debo is the guy that keeps defensive coordinators up at night. We know the stat. They were 2 yards better per play when he was on the field. But he's just older, and he's about to be more expensive. They can afford Aiyuk and Debo this year, but you also can afford to trade Debo this year if you extend Aiyuk and you just take that hit. That would be pretty stunning, but they could do it. This is interesting by Silver. The question is, what would you get for Debo? Could you get a second rounder for Debo? That feels pretty rich, given the amount of money. And who would acquire Debo? Who would trade for Debo Samuel that you would be willing to trade him to? Like, I'm not saying the Rams would want him, but you wouldn't send him there. Would you send him to Houston? Wouldn't do it. The Jets? Boy. Jacksonville? Tennessee? Tennessee drafted Treylon Burks, and it's just disaster. Buffalo? Somebody said Buffalo? Everyone's just naming teams. Washington? They've got the 2 seconds. You just trade them. You wouldn't get 2 twos, but you get 1 2. Reaction to Ricky Pearsall. Somebody here said cope. Where'd this go? Here we go. This is Larry Krueger levels carrying the water for the Niners. Okay. Sorry, Larry, I guess. 49ers just drafted a second round pick, late second, 31st. He'll be 24 his rookie year. If you keep all the starters, you won't see grass. You know, I guess I'd feel defensive if I hadn't already said earlier in the week, which I did say, that I like Ricky Pearsall. I said that earlier in the week. I said that already. So, you know, it's not. People are so mad. They didn't want to do the deal. They didn't want to pick him either. They wanted to trade out, but they took him. I think he's a good player. I think he's going to help them. How you feel about the Raiders now? I mean, they should have taken somebody else maybe, but I like the Raiders pick. He was not going to be there at 63. Guys, you know how this, we'll see if what I'm about to say holds up tomorrow. But you know how this goes. The second round's going to roll around tomorrow. And like 5 receivers are going to go in the first 10 picks in the second round. Super sticker, $5, 42-inch vert. Should have drafted Ladd McConkey. I like Pearsall better. Debo's a game changer. You don't trade him. Team's not scared of Aiyuk like Debo. You're banking on you. First of all, health is a factor here. I don't want to trade Debo. Let's be clear about that. I don't want to trade Aiyuk. I think you keep them together one more year, and then you do the deal with Debo next year. That's when I would do it next year. Hold on. The texture. Well, I'm trying to get everybody some Ricky Pearsall insight here. I'm trying to get a guest after midnight right now. Debo plays 14 games a season. I'm reading your I put it this way. If you told me they traded, okay. I got a Ricky Pearsall guest coming on right now. 1 second, everybody. Hold on. Let's set this up. Hold on. Hang with me 1 sec, guys. I'm getting you some Ricky Pearsall insight. Oh, this is so fantastic. Hold on. Why didn't they pick an offensive tackle? None left. Let me get this guy's right up here. Don't care. We want Kool-Aid. Ricky takes contact. He's tough. He's a tough dude. Upvote the stream, you savages. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Sorry, we are multitasking here. I'm telling you guys, Ricky Pearsall, immediate impact. I'm just telling you that right now. Immediate impact. Dallas took our tackle. Y'all didn't see his family wearing Niner gear. I did. I didn't see it, but somebody pointed it out in the chat. I'm going to go. I love a message board. I'm a big 24/7 sports guy. Yeah, I mean, this is a great point. Where'd this go? Someone said upgrade over Ray. Okay, so I have a friend at 24/7 Sports named Adam Stenko, and I texted him that I said, Adam, if the Niners draft a guy, can you help me find someone who covered that person? And he said, sure. So I immediately got a text from one of his guys, and I sent this person a text, and I said, hey, I know you don't know me, and I know it's after midnight, but I see you tweeting about Ricky Pearsall. Would you be willing to come on? And he just texted back and said, yes, I can do it. So this is Jacob. Jacob, and I'm sorry, we don't know each other, so good to meet you. How do you pronounce your last name? Rudner. Jacob Rudner. Jacob runs covers the Florida Gators for 24/7 Sports and went to ASU, just like Ricky Pearsall. You're like the journalism Ricky Pearsall. So thank you. Where are you right now?
Gainesville, Florida. It's Gainesville, Florida.
And it's 12:10 p.m. Eastern time. So thank you.
Of course. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
So Niner fans are very, they don't know what to think. They think maybe the Niners wanted to trade back. I said earlier in the week, I like Ricky Pearsall, so I'm a little excited about this, but give us what's your reaction to the Niners taking Ricky Pearsall? What's your reaction to him going in the first round? What are the Niners getting? Just give me your initial thoughts.
Well, I would be lying if I didn't say that I was a little bit surprised to see Ricky Pearsall's name called in the first round. That being said, it is not a poor decision in my mind. I think that Ricky Pearsall is somebody who absolutely has the talent to have been a first-round selection. I think he proved that emphatically throughout his senior year when he finished 35 yards shy of a 1,000-yard season. We saw some spectacular catches. This was a guy who I think performed really well, maybe even above expectations at the NFL Combine and also at the Senior Bowl. And so a huge stock up guy. Again, do I think that was first round coming into today? No, I didn't. But do I think it's a poor pick by the 49ers? No, I really don't. I think this is a super skilled guy who works really hard. He's a true professional, and they got a good receiver at the end of the day.
What are his best traits? Like, what would you say are his best qualities?
Well, on the field, I think it's his route running and just the headiness with which he plays football. He's extremely calculated. Everything is done with a certain level of sharpness, which I think really stands out. But off the field, I think it's his work ethic. This is a guy who is a huge, stay after practice, catching extra balls. We used to see him at Florida practices. Everybody would go in and, hit the showers after a practice period was over. And he was out there, catching 100 extra balls, he used to say, on the jugs machine after every single practice. And he used to get in extra work, studying film with the quarterbacks and being in the room, teaching younger guys and really being an instrumental part of the operation outside of just the things that made him, a first-round talent on the field. And so I think that the blend of those things are a real standout, and it has gotten him to where he is now today.
I didn't pull up his measurables yet, but I'm looking at what you wrote here. 10th fastest 40 at 4.41, 42-inch vert, third at his position. A lot of people probably go straight to the highlights, see the one-handed catch. He showed this at Arizona State as well. I covered the Pac-12 a lot, so I remember him at Arizona State. He's would you say a very good athlete, an excellent athlete, a pretty good athlete? What label would you put on him?
Yeah, I would go as far as to say an excellent athlete. I don't think that you jump 42 inches or run a 4.4 or low 4.4 if you're not an excellent athlete. You mentioned the one-handed catch that's kind of made him internet famous over the last several months, if you will. Those are all things to me that point towards excellent athleticism. And so I think that, this is somebody also who is quicker than I think is publicly thought of him. He's got a lot of speed in the tank. He's a really good deep ball route runner, which I don't think he gets a lot of credit for in addition to his ability to run the short yardage routes. This is an impressive overall athlete for sure.
the Niners could use punt return help, kick return help too. I mean, the new kick return rule in the NFL, we'll see. But how is he as a specialist?
We weren't sure. That was a good question coming into last season, and I think he answered in a really positive way. We saw some explosiveness in the punt game. Like I said before, this is a guy who has really good field vision and makes wise decisions, and I think that translated well for him as a punt returner. We didn't really get a look at him as a kick returner, although I do think that the skills are pretty applicable, across those two disciplines. And so I do think that he's a capable special teams player at the NFL level. I think it's a way that he's going to be able to make an impact early outside of just playing on offense. And that was something that he talked about at Florida Pro Day. He said that there are a lot of teams that sat him down and said, Ricky, we really love you as a wide receiver and you've put a lot on tape. But if we're going to draft you, it's going to come with special teams responsibilities. And so I think that the 49ers were probably among a group of teams that viewed him as a candidate to be a specialist, whether that is punt and kick or just punt. And he did show the ability to be able to handle those roles.
The last time the Niners took a receiver in the first round, it was Brandon Aiyuk, who played for Herm. And John Lynch and Herm Edwards have a very good relationship. So I do wonder if John Lynch reached out to Herm Edwards again on this Pearsall pick. Were you around him at ASU as well, or were you at Florida and then he came to Florida?
Yeah, I actually covered Ricky's entire collegiate career from the day that he stepped on campus at Arizona State until he left as a senior at Florida. I was there for the entire thing. I moved to Florida, I think it was 4 months before Ricky Pearsall transferred to Florida. So I've been there every step of the way with this guy. And I wouldn't be surprised if Herm Edwards had a say in this. He has always been kind of a champion for Ricky Pearsall and has been very adamant that he was underrated out of high school, somebody that Arizona State offered as a lowly ranked recruit. It was a mid 3-star, somebody who didn't really have a lot of Division I attention, and he camped at Florida. And Herm Edwards, I guess, told his coaching staff he's faster than people are giving him credit for. He's more athletic, and his career has taken off from there. So Herm Edwards and Billy Napier have been big believers in Ricky Pearsall for a long time. Yeah,
that's cool. I mean, he caught 7 balls. I remember you were probably there at Michigan State when Jaden Daniels went and beat Michigan State. That team, Aiyuk led them in receptions. Everybody's seen the clip out here, at least. The clip of Aiyuk catching the ball from Jaden Daniels over Diamador Lenore, who's a 49er, had made the rounds again this week. And we'll see. I think tomorrow there'll be a lot of Aiyuk talk because Jaden Daniels is in Washington and Adam Peters is the GM there now, and Washington is 2 early second-round picks tomorrow. So people are going to talk about whether or not Aiyuk might get traded there. But one of the best things Aiyuk does is he blocks. And to play receiver for Kyle Shanahan, you have to block. Is that a part? I would imagine that's a part of Ricky Pearsall's game.
Well, so it's interesting. Florida's wide receivers coach, Billy Gonzalez, has a saying that has kind of made him famous throughout his tenure, which is that if you don't block, you don't get the ball. And it's kind of a similar ideology, it seems like, in Gainesville. And so Ricky Pearsall has had to adopt that into his game. I would say that that's kind of been a feature for him for a long time. Arizona State had some really good perimeter blocking teams that ranked very highly on a national scale. Ricky Pearsall was a part of that as early as 2019 as a true freshman when he played in all 12 games. And it hasn't really been something that has faded for him. Even as he became a more prominent pass-catching receiver, prominent piece in the offenses that he was a part of, he did continue to be a very effective run blocker. He's not afraid of contact, and he is a slightly bigger, more physical, compact body that does well in those situations for sure.
Why did he go to Florida? I mean, I think it's probably obvious, but why did he leave ASU for Florida?
He explained the decision as wanting to go and test himself in the SEC. He had other options. I think it's no secret at this point that Arizona State was kind of falling apart under Herm Edwards due to the NCAA investigation that had started around the time of his decision to transfer. And his options were essentially Utah, Oregon, and Florida. And he and his family came to the decision that we've tested the Pac-12. He had proven that he could play against that level of competition. And so he wanted to go and face what is widely believed to be the best competition in college football. And so he made the jump to the SEC, hoping to prove himself. And, clearly, as a first-round pick, I think that was a successful decision.
Was he? I mean, I would imagine he was the number one for the opposing defense last year. Was he the kind of the number one guy in the scouting report?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
And he still led the team, and he led the team in catches back-to-back years, I think, right?
Catches back-to-back years, yards. He last year was 35 yards short of becoming the first 1,000-yard receiver at Florida since 2002. I honestly think that the only reason he didn't get there was because Florida's starting quarterback, Graham Mertz, suffered a season-ending injury in the 11th game of the year, and so he didn't get to have his starting quarterback in game 12 and finish just shy. But there's no doubt that this was easily Florida's best receiver and the number one guy in the passing game as a threat for opposing defenses, and he still did an excellent job despite facing teams' best players on defense.
All right, I have to thank. This is a chat here, so let's see. This was Josh Harvey. I have to thank Josh Harvey at 24/7 Sports for sharing your number with me tonight. And I don't know, there can't be a person who's covered more Ricky Pearsall than we found the guy who's covered Ricky Pearsall's entire career. Jacob, you have to come cover the Niners now. I think that's the rule.
Yeah, I feel like the Ricky Pearsall pundit. It's been a long journey, so it would only feel appropriate if I followed him again.
All right, Jacob, thank you. I appreciate it. You answered a text from a person you don't know after midnight, and then you came on. So I know the viewers and listeners really appreciate it because it was really awesome insight. And hopefully we get to talk about something soon. Maybe we'll take another Gator and I'll hit you up again. But thanks for making time, man. To read more about Ricky and some of what Jacob wrote, go to 24/7 Sports, Swamp 24/7. What's the direct Gator page? What's the address to the direct Gator page?
You nailed it. It's swamp247.com is where you can find it.
Where'd you grow up, Jacob?
Los Angeles.
Yeah, come on, man. Come back west.
You're telling me. I would love it.
All right, man. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your Friday morning.
Appreciate it, guy. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's awesome. Wow. That was really cool of him. So Jacob covers the Gators. I don't know him, but I got a text out from the guys at 24/7 and said, this is the guy to talk to. So we hit him up. I texted him just before midnight and he came on. That was awesome. So that was very cool of him. All right. I just got a text from somebody that says, I think they're trading Debo. So that'll be the big story tomorrow. Well, let me see. What makes you say that? Other than Silver, if you're just hopping in, this is what Silver said about it. All right. I got a flight tomorrow morning, 5 a.m. Friday morning. If you're watching this, 5 a.m. Friday. I'll be in Boulder tomorrow. I'm doing the Colorado spring game on Saturday, but I'll be doing stuff for, we'll see. The Boulder Marriott's being very difficult about getting me good internet. They are, but I guess John and Kyle are talking. I need to go watch that too. But I'll be doing something. I'm not exactly sure what Friday, but yeah. All right. If you're here on your way out the door, hit that like button. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're listening to the podcast, I don't know what this is. Are you really going to make it 4 hours to end this pod? I mean, I'm going to put it up for posterity, but I think I'll do something else shorter as well tonight. But thank you guys. That was a whirlwind at the end. That was a whirlwind at the end. Okay, y'all. Like button. And a lot of you here tonight. So thanks for being here. And it sounds like we could have a pretty wild Friday ahead. Later, everybody.